Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Magic the Gathering Arena. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, and I actually sound like I'm actually awake for once. Wow, it is nice to just be able to hear your own voice a little bit and hear your voice not exhausted and not drained from insomnia. So by all means, though, there is that chance still, so that I will get sleepy 3 hours from now. So we are starting earlier for that reason. Also, it seems to me like nothing is ending today. Everything is ending effectively tomorrow. Like, this mastery ends in 21 hours, which is less than a day, but I bet there's going to be a little bit of a break between this Ikra Mastery set and the Core 2021 set. We have another workshop. We have a premium draft for Ikra that ends in 25 hours. We have the Arena Cube draft that ends in 21 hours. We don't have any free entries to anything. There was a weird thing because we got like our first entry free, I think, on this cube draft, but it wasn't depicted as like a token that could just be used on any arena entry fee. But then we've also gotten tokens that are valuable tokens like these that you can purchase for in arena entry fees. So it's kind of weird that the way that system has. So today's last day for you to buy the bundle and spend $100 and get a bunch of cards. How much is the real question of, do you get 90 packs? Do you really need 90 packs? Because it definitely doesn't feel like you need 90 packs. Not on day one. I don't have enough gold at the moment to buy Anthology 3 bundle, but I do have enough to buy about 25 packs. If we do a special video tomorrow. I'm not sure if we will or not. It's kind of a hard choice. It depends on what I'm doing and if I'm awake, I guess. I should do it, certainly, but no guarantee that I will. Nothing else really is on sale. These offers on these sleeves may disappear in the next day, which fine by me. And we've lost 2 or 3 pet offers, but the pets are so pointless in general that they really shouldn't be in the game. If Magic Arena said we're just not doing any more pets at all, I would be perfectly happy with that. There's no need for that to exist. And it doesn't even have like a real world equivalent. So apparently the only way you can get these bundles is from the featured site. That's weird because you would have thought it would have been someone else. It's way down here. Okay. You can now hover over these cards and see them, but it doesn't tell you how many cards are in this bundle. And it doesn't really tell you what all of these things are. So they still need to do a little bit of work. Also, our monthly statistics, I believe, end in 6 days. And we're probably not going to get above Bronze Tier 4 on Limited or Platinum Tier 4 on Ranked. And do we have anything else that we need to do? Let's see. Just change our avatar, keep things different. There's no real advertisements. These advertisements, for as much as they're in your face and for as much as they want you to play 15 games every day and come to this menu to see that it's in your face, they don't rotate out anywhere enough for that. Let's do this workshop, and we'll just start with one deck, Aura of Power. We'll do a quick look to see what cards there are. It seems to me like there's really only a small number of creatures. Reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle it into your library. There's a very limited number of creatures in this deck. That's going to make it very hard to play. So, yeah. I finished playing It'll Do 2, which is not to say that I 100%ed that game. I got down to the point where I was just pushing and pushing and pushing, and so the last episode is like 2 hours long plus, maybe even 2.5 hours long for something that I was trying to make 45-minute episodes on. The final boss battle is just too difficult. This was the problem with It'll Do 1. In fact, Steam even popped up a thing saying, hey, we've seen that you've had this game running for 73 hours. Do you recommend it? And I'm like, actually, no, I don't. Thumbs down. I wouldn't recommend playing the first game. I wouldn't recommend playing the second game because it doesn't do anything new or different from The Legend of Zelda. And if anything, it just does a lot of things way worse. Which is just not really acceptable. So you're in this bad position, and it really is just a bad position you don't ever really want your game to be in. Creature gets ++2 for each other enchantment. Draw a card and gets +1/+1 trample. This one can't attack or block. Okay. So would this be the best one to do? I think it probably is the best one to do to start with. I might win. It's odd to have 60 cards though and have such a small amount of variety on 60 cards in one of these pre-built decks. Maybe Magic is finally doing something a little bit different and realize that the crazy 5-color decks that had one of each thing were getting out of hand drastically. Well, this will be interesting because now we have a double, and we could stop that guy, but what does it matter? Let's not do that. Well, I've gotten incredibly lucky here. I don't think there's any other way to put this. Just incredibly lucky to have such a quick and easy victory. Yeah. And the thing particularly about playing It'll Do 2 is it was a very bad experience as a video game critic, and I don't know if I was really just exhausted or if I'm just getting burnt out as a video game critic after so many years of doing this. But I really was getting to points where I didn't have a lot to say for very long amounts of time, and that really, let's see. Will this one untap later? I think it will. This is going to be crazy to play a third one on this. I'll do massive amounts of damage. And I don't even have to play this on this character. I could play it on a different character, and it still would pump up for the 3 enchantments. Yeah, so I definitely was in this position where I felt like I was just a bad player and I was struggling with the boss fights stuff and the controls in the game in general. I honestly just don't think it'll do 2 or it'll do 1 is programmed well for PC gaming with an Xbox One controller. Maybe the Switch version. There's a decent chance that the Switch version is kind of significantly... yeah, I did totally the wrong thing here. +1/+1 trample. So is he just playing the same cards? Yeah, he's just playing the same card over and over again. Hexproof and indestructible. Instant attack. I think that guy frankly just didn't play well. And that was default avatar? Or aviator? So, kind of in my own stupidity, my thought here, now that I've finished It'll Do 2, is to potentially play Cuphead. That was one of the games I was thinking about playing. It would also be a game that would probably drive me crazy, and it would almost be an experiment in not really doing so much of a fair use development or coverage. Instead, I would probably be fairly silent, just playing the game and just crank the music up a little bit. And I'm going to try the stick, but I don't know. I cannot figure out how this spell slingers is supposed to work. And double down on it. The thought there would be to either burn myself out quick and early on it and just say I can't play this game to even the end of the game. In Cuphead's sake, Cuphead's a pretty demanding game. You have to be fairly good at it. Its controls, I think, are tight though, so I think people can do it. Now, am I going for a perfectionist rank, which is the highest rank in Cuphead, where it's not called perfectionist, it's a pacifist rank, where you go through all of the non-boss battle levels without killing anything or shooting a bullet or something like that? No, I don't think I would go to that far. That's pretty crazy. Particularly not in the first playthrough. And probably never. But I think I should be able to beat all the bosses through some struggle. And I suppose there is no reason to have that question dangling over my head. I need to determine, am I burned out or am I getting just worse at playing games? I have been playing easy or playing normal mode or playing easy modes on games for the past couple of decades, ever since they became really a viable option. Back when I was playing something like Super Mario Brothers on the NES, of course there's no difficulty setting in that, so those challenges were more challenging. I also had a lot more time and energy back then. Everybody did because they were younger. And in all fairness, I'm not sure I ever beat Super Mario Bros. 1 or Super Mario Bros. 3 or Super Mario Bros. 2. I think I did beat Super Mario Bros. 2. I vaguely recall that. But also, I could have just watched someone else do it. And we're having network issues again. Yeah, this is mostly Magic's fault that these network things happen. But Magic Arena has been particularly bad about not loading up and instead just putting a black screen that never goes anywhere. And so it is very consistently a system where it's like, oh yeah, this didn't load, this didn't go anywhere. I'm just staring at a black screen for several minutes. I don't know if that is because of the overlay program, but it doesn't seem like it stops when the overlay program happens either. I can only hope that there's just a maintenance update that occurs to fix this, because yeah, this is a problem. It is a problem that I don't immediately assume is my network issues. Yeah, and sadly my dish hopper is continuously having trouble. I'm in a weird position where I am gonna have to call for a service call anyways, so I think at this point I'm gonna have to just replace the hopper, the brand new hopper I just got, because of it oddly losing when it loses signal because it's raining or because a storm is happening, which is acceptable. That's satellite TV. That's believable. It doesn't recover from that. Instead, the hopper locks up in the sense that it just stops working altogether. And then when you reboot it, it doesn't work after that first reboot. It's taking 4 or 5 reboots that are spaced out between a couple of hours to kind of recover from it, which is just a crazy system, to say the least. I just don't think Dish's equipment, while it sadly is probably still the best equipment out there, I don't think it's gotten the kind of programming and testing it should have gotten. I hear that Sling TV is terrible, so having Sling built into it is not helpful, and I haven't even bothered to let it connect to the internet at this point because it's such a it's so buggy without the internet. Why would I throw in yet another complication because I thought it was my internet that was causing it trouble? But it seems like there's just multiple things wrong with it. Hardware level things or signal level things. It could be the wiring in the walls, it could be some other piece of equipment on the satellite, but there's definitely something that is just not working, and that is frustrating to get a device and have a bum device that you have to send back. Personally, I tend to be so lazy on that I don't even want to bother to send things back if something doesn't work. Or I would just like to live with it or eat the cost of it and just move on with my life because it's not worth the frustration. But in this case, it's unacceptable. So we saw this guy play. So the real question, I guess, would be, what can we do to stop this guy? Because we already won and we know the cards for this. So we need to do something like this. We need to put this on the field. This is one of those where you have to have a human and a non-human on the field. Alright, well, we're going to go through the news. There's a decent amount of news. I also curated the news quite a bit, and there's definitely a good argument to not go super long today. I need more to do some more scheduling, which is always hard to motivate myself to do that. Around the scheduling, I'm gonna have like three I'm gonna have like 3 things airing in October, and then have quite a few things that can air for November and December also. And it puts us in a... Is this something that works one time or later? So I actually sort of built up my footage, but it seems like that always kind of happens, is that I start running out of footage around January of each year, and then I start building up footage around Halloween, because I spend that extra effort and that extra focus to play more of these scary Halloween style games, and then that breaks some things up, which also means some of the scheduling I'm doing here is going to be slightly out of order, but that really doesn't matter. Let's see. What do we want to do? Draw 2 cards. Alright, so I should have put this on the field, but I didn't. This one lets you scry 1, so you know what you're gonna draw. Interesting. Just go ahead and kill this. Both of these decks, oddly, are designed around the concept of buffing your character to kind of insane levels. So 11 damage there. This is like the first workshop I've done that actually seems to actually work. I feel like it's teaching me the concepts around this deck, but you're not really repeating it. So most people probably would only pick one deck and play it only once, or maybe they'd do like me and pick 2 decks and play it twice. But that still isn't really a lot. Let's see. Let's do this one and this one. And then this one. We'll go ahead and draw that card so that we can play it a second time. Let's see, this is something we could draw, but don't really need to. Turn target creature to its owner's hand. Sure, we'll take that. And then attack with everything. Although this one can't attack because it has pacifism on it. And this guy has like only one card or two cards. The Humble Fight for Racial Justice bundle has now raised over 4.3 million. It's a lot of money. It definitely is a lot of money. I don't know if I'm gonna put my $30 into it though. Not because I don't support it, and I've said this several times. I just think we're in a weird position financially. Everybody is with the economy. I've gotten no indication that there's going to be any kind of Steam Summer Sale, and that might just be for the better. It might just be wise to save my dollars. I haven't done a Lego in quite a while, and there is like one free gift with purchase Lego thing I want to get, which inherently will cause me to waste money on something like that. I have just lost because nothing has reach. Yep. There definitely is something around the idea of this one card with these cards merged together. Well, I could have definitely won. And I don't think either one of these decks are particularly bad. We have another thing. Let's see. I'm scrolling down my Twitter feed and then we'll start looking at the news. Let's see. NVIDIA Vulkan beta driver adds external memory host support. And according to LibRetro, that will be instrumental in getting much better performance with parallel EI RDP on NVIDIA Linux drivers, which means NVIDIA video cards might run better on when running old games, emulating old games in the future. NVIDIA's Linux support has always been particularly bad, but they are trying to improve it. There apparently was a Pokemon Presents, or currently is a Pokemon Presents being showed. Pokemon Snap was announced. A new Pokemon Snap game was announced also. It also seems like Major Nelson has decided to not announce new games anymore on Fridays, or at least not this Friday, and he is announcing new games on Wednesday, which is probably a smart idea. Like, Friday is the day you bury news. You don't announce new games on a Friday. Tuesday is usually when you announce new things that you actually want people to hear and recognize or said. So yeah, it seems like we are going to get some small bits of Pokemon news, and Pokemon certainly isn't going anywhere, and obviously is going to add a bunch of more content around it always. Yeah. And see, it definitely tells me that I probably shouldn't stream so early because if I have to start a stream and go down my Twitter feed and find 5 or 6 new things were announced in the first 20 minutes or so of a stream, that's an indicator of starting too early. And I kind of know when I should be streaming, and it's just a matter of timing. And it certainly is hard. There's not a lot of other things to do without trying to start something that would get me distracted for a very long time. So if I can get any momentum at all, I should take that momentum and just start working. That's the problem with schools, as it were, is that you start school, you're supposed to have that first period class, and if you're not mentally ready to have that first period class, well, too bad, do it or fail. There's no flexibility there to have a more flexible schedule where you can manage your own time. Not that people are good at managing their own time. I'm not good at managing my own time, certainly. Probably not. I don't think I am. But very often when I was in school, I said, fine, fail me. Aww. Alright, that was my fault for not paying attention. I can't blame anybody else for that one. I could have won easily there, and I just didn't pay enough attention. Got too excited. Try that again. So here we go. We have a Gamatsu article here. Tencent develops strategic team battle game Pokemon Unite announced for the Switch, iOS, and Android. Face off against each other in a 5-on-5 team battles. What's interesting here is Pokemon games have not been made by Tencent up until this point, as far as I recall. So this is something different. I can't really show any Nintendo trailer because it will just immediately get copyright claimed. So yeah, it's a little weird that the Chinese company Tencent is now working with the Japanese company Nintendo to bring us a Pokemon game. That only happens, I imagine, because there is a conglomerate organization that actually owns Pokemon, the Pokemon company, as it were, and Nintendo is just like the major shareholder in it, but not the only shareholder. Because I don't feel like a company like Nintendo that is so old would do that. It's a little weird for a Japanese and a Chinese company to ever work together because they have a lot of history, and most of it ends up in each other hating each other for justifiable reasons. Moving on, we have a TechRaptor article here. Children of Morta gets a new playable character, which it's interesting because there was that little bit of a fatwa against the developers of Children of Morta and saying it was non-Islamic, and some thought that it would just disappear out of the blue, and then that story died completely and went nowhere. So yeah, one can assume that there's no concern of that really at this point if they're adding yet a new character, and Children of Morta is a game I think that deserves to be played at some point. That it'll be weird whenever I do cover it to have to talk about that or at least mention it, because looking at the game of Children of Morta, you probably wouldn't even know that it's like an Islamic country developer. Moving on, we have a Komatsu article for the PC, PS4, and Xbox One. One Punch Man, a hero nobody knows DLC character Garo has been announced. Half man, half monster. Odd that this character wasn't in the story in the first place. It kind of doesn't matter since the One Punch Man game is not that good. Unless there's 2 One Punch Man games. This is the main bad guy, effectively, of the second season. So for him to be the 4th DLC character, and see, I don't think this is even a screenshot from the game. I think this is a screenshot from the second season of the anime, so yeah. It's weird to say the least that character would be not included by default. And it's weird to say the least that they're even trying to release more content for that game. Considering how it, by every review I had seen, was not well received. Okay. Do we want to do anything? No. Let's see. Komatsu has an article for the Switch. A Korean strategy RPG called The War of Genesis, Remnants of Grey has been announced. It's due out in 2022. Okay. Yep. These MMO style RPG games. Well, this looks pretty. I'll say that. They've been a thing for a while, trying to clone and emulate Final Fantasy, but I don't know if any of them have ever been good. That's the danger there. This one's a Korean game, so there's a slight chance of quality there. A higher chance than if it was a Chinese RPG, which I would just immediately dismiss. But again, I don't know if any of them would be good. Let's go ahead and attack here. And then he can block all he wants. Releasing something like Final Fantasy, though, on the Switch is a different dynamic. It's a questionable dynamic, for sure. Because I just don't know if you would want such a long experience, the 200-hour experience on the Switch that doesn't have 200 hours of battery life if it's not plugged into a TV. But I haven't ever seen any indication that the Switch was selling really well in Korea, but it probably is. So it might be the default platform in which Korean game developers, as they slowly become more of a thing, focus on and develop on. Alright. This. And then this. And then attack with this. And go ahead and just attack with that also. Next, we have a game on Steam called Danger Scavenger, which looks like it's a top-down twin-stick shooter game, maybe with some random generated dungeons. This screen in particular looks a little unpolished, and we can see it's mixed reviewed already. So I don't think I'll bother to put this on the follow list. It is fairly pretty, but it is also just kind of neon colors and assets that could have been pre-purchased. I wouldn't call this an asset flip. Turns out that was what the person who was talking to me on Monday, he thought I was saying acid as an ACID flip or trip. Maybe he thought I was saying acid trip, TRIP. I was attempting to enunciate asset as an ASSET, flip, FLIP. So an easy way to be misheard there. That makes made a lot of sense once I realized what he was asking. And there definitely was at least one game that was an acid trip game. We're gonna lose. Okay. We're gonna have to attack with both of these. See what he wants to do. And this still won't be good enough. TechRaptor has an article, a trippy surrealist adventure Overlook Trail announced for 2022. This also a game that could be an acid trip. Yep. Seems like you wander around out of somebody's mouth and then jump down some spinning Cheerios into a bowl of milk. Okay. That's weird, to say the least. I suppose it's not super video game related, but there was this attempt by a YouTuber who is controversial, particularly actually controversial in the Magic the Gathering community, and banned from playing it, who was attempting to crowdfund a video game review site with no drama called Exclusively Gaming. He has come out and said, well, this has failed miserably, and that he was paying so many people that he for the past few months has been paying $10,000 out of pocket to pay salary people, and he's sort of e-begging and trying to make it look like he's not the one e-begging, or he's sort of trying to push the blame off of himself by asking his fans whether they want to consistently have to be asked to support a Kickstarter to keep the website up and the forums up. But one of the things he claimed, and if you are going to believe anything he says, I guess the bad things would be the things to believe, is that the site was only getting 5,000 or 10,000 views per article, and there's just no like advertising contracts that work there, and that people really didn't seem like they were interested in a no drama video game website. Arguably, there's a great argument to say people are just not interested in video game journalist sites at all. You've got to push way harder today than you did even a couple years ago, I imagine, to push your social media and get articles posted and seen and reacted to. So I imagine people like Kotaku, which Kotaku's also failing and basically shutting down, or IGN, I imagine they've got to put those articles up on Reddit, and they've got to get people to look like they're talking about those articles. They've got to get that on Facebook and retweeted and shared on Facebook like crazy. The two gaming sites I follow on Facebook, just to keep an idea of what people are talking about, very rarely ever links to any kind of article. I don't know if that's because they're not allowed to do that. I don't think that's really a limitation. But it does definitely feel like there's just no desire for anybody to watch articles. I definitely would not ever go and read an article on a video game. I'd listen to a podcast, and even then I'm trying to wean myself off from listening to mainstream video game journalists in podcast form. Or I'd go to a YouTuber, and that's where I'm getting any kind of reviews I'm seeing are now from YouTubers, and usually their reviews have older games that I haven't heard about or seen, and if it's a new game, I kind of know whether or not I want to play it based on just whether I've fallen into the hype cycle or not, like everybody else. There are also complaints by the Last of Us 2 developer that people are not giving The Last of Us 2 directly a 10 out of 10 perfect game review, when it really is just, by every legitimate comment I've seen, a mediocre game with a mediocre story. I also heard an advertisement that I haven't ever heard before, that Jason Schreier, who was one of the one of the people I think that was defending Zoe Quinn, which is most of the mainstream video game journalists, has now this like video game podcast that they're trying to promote. So maybe he was fired from Kotaku when in that whole layoff shutdown event. There also are several Me Too accusations that have happened around some video game related people. It is a weird situation, certainly, and a bad time for if it is truly a organized organization of the Me Too group, of which I've heard a lot of complaints about there being kind of like corruption and just bad management in the actual organization of the Me Too movement. If it is their organization that decided to get a push out and have a new round of accusations, it's a bad time. It really is. Nobody wants to hear these accusations, probably ever, and they should be heard usually, but you definitely don't want to hear it when the Black Lives Matter movement is making a much better argument, and in the oppression Olympics, the black experience is way more oppressive than the female experience. There has been exactly 0 stories that I can mention or think of where someone stood on the neck, or a police officer stood on the neck of a female for 8 minutes, or random multitude of incidences of people shooting females. It definitely happens, but this would have been the time to stay silent. Like, if you were to, say, be at a party and you saw somebody fell on the ground and busted their head open and an ambulance has to come to take him away, now would not be the time for you to say, well, I also stubbed my toe on the wall. And that's an extreme analogy. It really isn't even close to a fair analogy, but yeah, it does very poorly fall into one of the criticisms put against the Me Too movement, that it is full of a lot of attention-seeking people that are just using it to like gain attention. It's just a bad time, and this is kind of the problem that happens when you are you are a SJW that is always just going to repeat the same narrative that is being parroted to you, is that you lack focus and you start eating yourself. In America, there's massive support at the moment, it seems, for the Black Lives Matter movement, you've got entire companies willing to go out on a limb and say they support it. There has been nowhere near that level of support there. So the only thing I would have said the Me Too movement should have said is we support Black Lives Matter at this time, and then they should have also probably, if they had a story to put out that somehow related to Black Lives Matter, maybe they could try and co-op it, but definitely not replace it or overshadow it. And I haven't heard of any of these accusations ever leading to any kind of court case. So there's a problem there. I haven't heard of anybody actually confessing anything. And it just seems like this is just drama for drama's sake. And maybe it isn't, but it's bad timing. And that's really what these organizations need to be all about. And in all fairness, I will say the Black Lives Matter movement really had some bad PR too, until they didn't. The first couple of years, their movement was not resonating well, and it has been very easy to ignore the plight of African Americans in the United States for hundreds of years, if you're not experiencing it on day to day. But with the advent of cameras and the advent of public media, social media, things are finally starting to show signs of change. So that's really where a Me Too element would have helped a lot, is if somebody could get something on camera and actually show the claimed bad behavior that almost certainly does happen, but often seems like it doesn't happen to the people or to the extent of the people that are complaining about it. And cameras definitely have been around forever. So, yeah. There was an incident a few years ago where somebody felt ridiculously awkward. I believe this was an Anita Sarkeesian complaint, but I could be wrong about that. It could have been a Zoe Quinn complaint, and that those two have really set back feminism in general quite a lot. But one of them was awkward in an elevator, or with a man who was awkward and just like said one thing to her that wasn't sexual at all. And had he actually done anything, there would have been cameras in that elevator. It would have been super easy for her to have gone to the hotel and said, "Can you pull the footage?" Even if they fought her on it, she could have filed a police report and gotten the police to pull the footage. And nothing like that happened at all. There is also more controversy. We're just going through all the controversy. Today has been a kind of high, the past couple days, high level of controversies. Hearthstone is once again in the pooper, as it were, because they banned a Hearthstone player, Activision Blizzard, both of them in the pooper. They both deserve blame. Let's not kid ourselves. They are the same company at this point. But they banned the player seemingly due to a tweet that his wife made years ago in support of people who were laid off during a layoff period at Blizzard. I didn't see her direct tweet, but it didn't seem like she said anything offensive. And they've already backpedaled in less than a day, so they are getting quicker at backpedaling. I would assume part of that is also because in this instance, it's rather easy for them to backpedal because this wasn't involving someone showing support for a pro-democracy Hong Kong movement. But then even in their attempt to ban him for life, this Hearthstone player, due to what his wife said, which is insane. And this is just like, oh, your wife says something, so somebody you're related to now says something, and now you potentially lose your job. Where does this end? If my third cousin at some point decides to say something on Facebook, am I potentially going to be banned from ever making a career? Is something I'm going to say in the thousands of hours of content, or something I've already said in the thousands of hours of content I've put on my YouTube channel, going to come back and bite my great grandchildren in the butt, and then they can't work ever? There's a reason why the Constitution of the United States has freedom of association as one of the protected Bill of Rights freedoms. It's for this very idea. And in all fairness, in the United States, it's never freedom of association has never really been protected particularly well, and there's way too many ways in which you can be persecuted by some non-government agency or some pseudo-government agency due to your association. And certainly that is also the danger of the classification of certain organizations as gangs or terrorist groups. It's a way to then say, well, we're going to claim you're associated with these people, and then we're going to claim these people are in this gang or in this terrorist organization, and maybe none of that's true, and then you'll have to hire lawyers to fight every single one of those claims. And so, yeah, it's ridiculous. Hearthstone and Activision Blizzard is ridiculous. I definitely am not regretting leaving Hearthstone at this point. And there's just been a lot of incidences. I can't really see how anybody can claim to be a person of conscience at this point and still play Hearthstone. Like, it's time to move over to something else. Magic the Gathering Arena is not much better, fair enough, and maybe there just isn't anything out there that is good enough to move to. But yeah, once that Marvel game from Second Dinner comes out, I'm just hoping once that game comes out, we'll be able to we'll be able to have everybody kind of synergize and move all at the same time day one to that new card game. That being said, Magic the Gathering has had plenty of controversies, and plenty of people have simply chosen to never stop playing it. And I can definitely understand, if you were playing Paper Magic in particular, that the buy-in was so high that there's just no way you can get away from playing Magic when you have hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of Magic cards. Alright, well, we're not getting victories, and we're definitely not going to get a quick stream at this rate if I continue to play ranked, so we'll just play standard. Moving on away from the controversies, which that was very long, we have a TechRaptor article, Sky Children of the Light launching Seasons of Sanctuary, which, interesting. So there's a mobile game called Sky Children of the Light, and they're launching a first-year anniversary event called Seasons of Sanctuary. I believe this was a game that I got for free on my cell phone, and it played, I think, kind of in a weird way with multiple players, and it was kind of boring in the first level, and I think I just lost interest and uninstalled it fairly quickly. It looks a lot like Journey, but the thing, if I recall correctly, and I only played this a couple months ago, but I definitely have lost any ability to remember anything I've done even a couple days ago. I think the problem with it that just immediately caused me to rage quit there was the fact that other players could finish the puzzles and solve them for you, so you very potentially would not even be able to play the game as a solo experience, or just avoid griefers effectively doing everything before you can. And that definitely is just not an experience I'd ever want to have. So I think that's why I uninstalled it. Let's see. Here we go. Attack. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Fall of Escaria, which looks like it might be a slightly interesting platformer, but I'm not sure there's really a game here. This might be just a low effort thing. So, and the hack and slash animation that's being shown here might be a little bit bad. And now the trailer's showing off all these deaths that you can die from. So it's $5.09, English and Ukrainian. I'll put this on the fall list. I bet it gets reviewed badly or doesn't get reviewed at all. I don't know what I would do a fall list cleanup at this rate, considering, if anything, I haven't finished the wish list cleanup. Let's go ahead and take that down to 10. Tech Raptor has an article here. A moody point-and-click adventure called The Night is Grey has been announced. Okay, looks like a point-and-click adventure. There's definitely a lot of point-and-click adventures that come out on an annual basis. So, as I skip through this trailer, yeah, looks like there's very possibly something there of interest. This destroys a target creature. Every time he draws a creature, Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and attack. We'll see what he wants to do here. Yep. I guess you would probably have a weird experience if the video game industry had decided just to stop announcing games and basically plan to have nothing new out for next year and push into that deadline. And there will be a certain level of that does happen, I'm sure. But it would be weird if there was just a 6-month period, 12 months from now, where no games came out. But it wouldn't probably hurt the industry too bad, honestly, because it would give more people to play and enjoy the games longer, which is what we all need to learn. Is, hey, let's learn how to go back and play our games a second time and do a second playthrough, because we've definitely forgotten that from the days of the NES, where you very well may only have had one. You very well may have only had like one game for 3 to 6 months, and you would have had to just learn to live with what you've gotten. Not saying that those were simpler times or better times by any means. Those were, I think, way worse times. But we have lost something in the value of games. We're paying more and more for them and playing them less and less. And I definitely don't want to see that become a final trend where we are at some point in the future paying $60 for what is effectively 5 hours of experience or 2 hours of experience. That would be crazy. See, next we have a game on Steam called Gunslingers of the Wasteland vs. Zombies from Mars, which sounds like a terrible B-movie title, but looks like it's just an asset flip first-person shooter with maybe slightly more polish as asset flips continue to get better and better. $4.24, English full audio allegedly. Apparently it's like Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6 according to YouTube. Steam, not YouTube. Steam really needs to adjust their recommendations for new games, or just not make them. They need to have like a confidence level, and if that confidence level is not high enough, they need to just give up on it. Because particularly for these new games, they are almost 100% of the time wrong. Okay. See what he wants to defend with. Just let that happen. And put that back on the field. See. Next we have a game on Steam called Game of the Ancient Gods. I've heard this described as the royal game of This is like an ancient... I thought it was an Egyptian game that they relatively recently learned the rules of, or they just are making up the rules. It's like older than 4,500 years old, according to this. I have wanted to play and the only version of it that has been on Steam that I've seen so far wasn't reviewed too well, so I'll put this on the follow list. It's $5.99. I think it's an Egyptian game though, so I don't know why this is English, German, and Czech in language, and it's depicting what I could only describe as Mayan looking characters, unless this is supposed to be Egyptian characters. It might be, but I would definitely put this more as Mayan looking than Egyptian. But yeah, that really will just come down to if there's any reviews around it or not, and we'll see what happens there. I played that wrong too. I should have sacrificed that. Alright, well. May lose here. Next we have a game on Steam called Truck and Logistics Simulator. I have this theory that half of these logistics games and trucking simulator games are actually actual logistics software just trying to sell itself as a game. Rebranding. This is $14.99. Bunch of language support. Notice that they're mentioning well, no, they're not mentioning what I thought they were mentioning. I thought they were mentioning the programming game Human Resource Machine, I think was the name of it. And yeah, I was thinking about that earlier today as I'm thinking to myself that to potentially do a very brief project of writing up lesson plans, challenging myself to write up lesson plans for educators to teach Python 3, which I think Python 3 is probably the best language to teach in as the first language. It's a little weird, but it's not as weird as HTML5 with JavaScript, and JavaScript actually is fairly in line with C, C#, C++ programming language. Java is also kind of in line with C, C++. Python is the most simplified and the kind of the weirdest standout there of the languages that probably are worth teaching at all, unless you go to like the MIT Scratch system, which is not really even programming in my book because it's dragging and dropping blocks. And I think that they set expectations very poorly with Scratch, and I wouldn't recommend teaching Scratch at all, even though it is integrated into like one of the Lego sets, and I'm sure kids would love it because it does let them think that they're accomplishing something very easily. It's a lot like doing, I would say it's a lot like doing Minecraft Redstone, in the sense that that is not the reality of how electricity works or how programming works. And it sets expectations very weirdly to have kids spend 1 year learning Scratch and having pre-made animations and pre-made sprites and pre-made characters moving all over the screen, and then have to drop those kids into programming something that is just 100% text-based in Python or C++ or even HTML is going to be 100% text-based, because if you're doing the programming there, you're probably not the same person that's going to be doing the art and loading in the images. There is a level of design in HTML, but it is formatting design. It's not drawing things. Even HTML5's canvas and canvas abilities and drawing objects are cool, but you're not going to really use that to draw anything from scratch using coding. And you're not going to do any like graphing calculator depictions probably using HTML5 and JavaScript. You probably could, but it wouldn't be a typical use case. Of course, if I was going to do this project of writing up lessons plans, I've no one that I'd really give it to other than I could hand it over to a few people or put it out there into the void and say, here's this thing I did that probably no teacher would ever look at or understand, and teachers themselves probably all have their own opinions. And I am probably suffering from a slight misunderstanding of the current state of computer science education, in that I know my experience was bad when I was in school, but that doesn't inherently mean that the experience is still bad. There's a decent chance it is, certainly. It could be the exact same teachers that are teaching now or were the teachers that were teaching then, but yeah. The real way to do something like this would be to be some kind of established educational writer, contact the one or two people that write the resource books, the write the books that they teach out of, and then they also write the teachers' versions of those books that have all the lesson plans and ideas there. And really, that's not something I could do. So mostly it would just be an experiment on could I do it. I couldn't definitely teach. Like, I definitely couldn't do that. I would not be able to put up with kids in general and do the babysitting part of being a teacher, which is, I think, often the hard work of being a teacher. I don't even know how many lesson plans you'd really need to. A quick Google search says there's about 25 weeks in a school year. So I guess I would have to write 25 weeks of activities, lessons. I think that's doable. Like, there's probably only maybe 10 commands in one school year that you just need to establish and teach and reinforce over and over again. So you spend 2 weeks talking about each command and showing many examples of how those commands can be used, and yeah, that seems doable. I can say in comparison, like my HTML class when I was in school, I think was half a school year, so 12 and a half weeks were spent on that. But I also would say I think a significant number of people that went through my HTML class did not really have a fundamental understanding of HTML programming at the end of the day. And yet they still passed just by regurgitating things or cheating. But if that was the project I was going to do, it would just be yet another distraction project, and it would be kind of an admittance that, like, my digital signage, digital sign calendar project, that is totally on hold. Like, undoubtedly it's on hold until we find out if there will be any businesses that even exist after this whole pandemic happens. Since that was going to be a project that was actually potentially going to be sold as a product, whereas most of my other projects are side projects, and I've had several other ideas that have benefited from being put on the back burner quite a bit. There are technologies that get developed and new things I learn in everything I do that makes things easier. For instance, I was thinking about making a connected alarm clock device where your parents' alarm clock would go off if their kids kept hitting the snooze button on their alarm clock in their bedroom, and I was going to do that using a HTML streaming protocol that I don't even remember what it was. It was some HTML streaming protocol. WebSockets. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to use WebSockets to achieve that. It's probably smarter to use, instead of WebSockets, MTQ servers, I believe are what they're called, or MTPQ or something like that, which is kind of like a almost serverless message relaying technology that embedded devices have adopted as kind of a default or de facto standard to communicate with each other. I think there actually is a server, but you set up one device as the server, and it's fairly easier. Yep. And pretty much in any project, because I'm just kind of rambling here now, I'm just talking about what I've been thinking about, and the fact that I've been thinking about anything does kind of show that I haven't really been distracting myself too much playing It'll Do Too. But it does kind of go and show that you benefit a lot of times about just thinking about things, particularly when you're creating something in the creative process. It's just putting something to the side, working on something else, thinking about sleeping on it. Those moments are definitely a part of the creative process, or should be part of the creative process for people, because you can definitely be given a task from like a boss or from some external force, and then just bang your head into a wall to accomplish that task and just steamroll it and not really care about how efficient your effort was or anything like that, or whether it was the right thing to do the task in the first place, or what the actual goals of the task were, and were you accomplishing those actual goals of the task, or were you just doing what was actually asked for you. Sometimes the customer is not right, as it were, and they will ask for things that are not exactly what they really need or should be asking for. Let's see. And a lot of times it is helpful to get to the core of the problem and then offer a different solution. Now, in all fairness, most people hate when you do that. Most people do want you just to, or at least they think they want you to just do what they ask. And sometimes if you don't care, and if you're not trying to really be that helpful, it is easier just to give them what they ask and give them enough rope to hang themselves with. But if you want to be a good, helpful person, it often is helpful to actually give them what they need, not what they want. Like a doctor is not a good doctor if they give people what they ask for. He's a good doctor if he gives them what they need. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Homeland Lay to Rest, which is tagged as an action-adventure game from Digipen. This is a student project, and yeah, it's free, so we'll put it on the wish list and we'll check it out. So, the Digipen Institute of Technology is not putting out consistent numbers of demos each year. It really does feel like they have only maybe 6 or 7 graduating seniors any year. But it also kind of goes to show that the video game industry doesn't really need that many programmers. There's still a lot of old fogies, old fogies that are still making video games. You still have a lot of people that have been making games for decades upon decades. Interesting. How did he just make it top? He just made a copy of my Bola Citadel, and he did it for 4 mana. Ooh. Well, that sucks. Because he could win right now. Oh, almost. No, he can't play lands. Well, this will be interesting. Because he'll be sacrificing his life now. So it becomes a question of who can sacrifice more life faster to get the other person down to 0. Never had anybody turn Bola Citadel against me in this fashion. I've seen some other counter movements. I was defeated playing last night where there was a creature that did damage for every time you sacrificed a creature. So I activated Bolas Citadel and then immediately regretted activating Bolas Citadel because I lost. See if we can do this. I've won. But definitely wasn't easy. We're still not getting quick victories. See, next we have a game on Steam called Bugs with a Z, which looks like it's just an RPG Maker game. Oddly tagged as a JRPG. Let's see if it actually supports Japanese language. 69 cents discounted, English only. I think it is fair to flag a game and have it reviewed by somebody actually at Valve if they label themselves as a JRPG and they don't support Japanese. I think that's fair. This is something that Valve should send an email to the person and say, hey, we're banning you from using this tag. This tag has been removed from your game. You can't claim to be a JRPG game if you don't support Japanese language. Even if your game is made in a Japanese anime style, if you don't support the Japanese language, that's still a no-go. And if we see that as a friendly reminder, abuse of the tag system can lead to you being ejected and terminated from using the Steam service in general. Like, there shouldn't be any like strike 3 system or anything like that, but they should make note of it if a specific developer is caught doing it very consistently after a certain number of strikes. Like, there probably should be a hidden strike 3 system, but like after a few of them, somebody should, after that first warning, probably consider escalating things up to even the point of completely eliminating a game developer for even that small thing. Because personally, I'm a fan of the idea, if they're gonna do a small thing, they're gonna work their way up at the very least to doing the big bad thing. Nobody steals 50 cents out of a till and then says, oh, well, I'm never gonna go above 50 cents. I'm only gonna steal 50 cents every time I steal from the till. No, they steal 50 cents and then they feel confident, and then a month later they steal $1. A month later they're stealing $5, and before you know it, they're stealing $100, $200, $300 out of your cash register. Little things can be ignored, certainly, like lying about why you're late and things like that is something that you can just kind of make a note of, and as long as it doesn't become habitual, you're fine. But and I guess lying by misusing the tag system is something that you could kind of ignore unless it becomes habitual, and then that is a roundabout way of me saying the same thing I just said, I guess. This game in particular, though, definitely isn't within a mile of looking like a JRPG. No way. Even if you found an example of some JRPG that actually did look like this, that's not typically what you expect when you say JRPG. When you say JRPG, you're thinking Final Fantasy 3D realistic graphics, or you're thinking anime moe character graphics. Take your pick, one or the other. And there would be even some Japanese developers and publishers that I would say you probably can't label your game as a JRPG because it just doesn't really look like a JRPG or feel like a JRPG. And that's the whole point of the tag system, is to say this game is similar to these other games. If that similarity doesn't exist, then the tag system has no point whatsoever. Speaking of real JRPGs, Gematsu has an article for the Switch. Mega Dimension Neptune 7 for the Switch launches July 28th in the West via the eShop. And here we have Neptunia being depicted here. I think this is I guess this is the main storyline one for the Mega Dimension Neptunia system. Although the Neptunia game naming order and playing order is kind of a nightmare. So I wouldn't blame anybody if they were uncertain whether they really would want to play the Mega Neptunia games. Let's look at the trailer. It does look like a JRPG. It looks kind of more cutesy than a little bit shorter characters, even in the moe style. It's kind of approaching a chibi style almost. Yeah, it kind of feels like a Kingdom Hearts game almost. Actually, if I think about it, Kingdom Hearts compared to the Neptunia series, the Neptunia series is basically doing the same thing except for video game consoles, and it's probably doing a lot better than the Kingdom Hearts series of games. With the one exception that the Kingdom Hearts games let you have Disney characters in it. But honestly, if you could do a Thanos snap of the gauntlet with the Infinity Stones and remove all of the Disney elements from Kingdom Hearts, and instead put all of those the effort to make the Kingdom Hearts games into a series of separate individual Disney games, I think you'd prefer that a lot better. Because if I was a fan of Winnie the Pooh, I would be happy with a kid-friendly Winnie the Pooh game that maybe would have a little bit of enough of a challenge to satisfy an adult playing it. And if I was a fan of Mickey Mouse, I would be happy with that. There are a couple of good Mickey Mouse games out there that an adult can actually potentially want to play. So yeah, Square Enix, if anything, they sucked the oxygen out of the room for a demand for better Disney games that could exist. And Neptunia doesn't really have that problem because it's just anime characters that represent consoles. So there really wouldn't be an individualized game or a character that represents a Dreamcast, for instance, gets its own separate story. Probably that wouldn't happen. Moving on, Gematsu has an article for the PC, Vita, PS4, and Switch. The Caligula Effect celebrates its 4th anniversary with a mysterious illustration. This was one of those visual novel games that definitely got hyped a lot and got talked about. And the remake, Caligula Effect Overdose, is for the PS4, Switch, and PC. The original game came out on the Vita. Let's see if we go over here and look at it. We can see that it's rated mostly positive as an actual JRPG from NIS America. And yeah, it looks a lot like a Persona game. This was the one that had everybody a very sharp black, white, and gray like uniform art style for each of the characters, and yeah, feels a lot like Persona. Of course, the question I would have to ask, and I probably should double check this, is NIS America the same publisher of Persona 4? If they are, I'm already in trouble because I have several other games from them, and I don't think so. No, they aren't. So instead of playing Persona 4 Golden as a video game content creator and critic, I probably should play Caligula Effect. Sadly, here, Disaster Report 4 was another game they recently published, the most recent game, and you can see it's mixed recently, mostly positive overall. Oh, I'm going to put it back on the fall list and give it a second chance. Speaking of more uniquely Japanese only release games that usually would only have released in Japan in previous generations, there's what game? There's a couple new Earth Defense games that have been announced, and we'll talk about them when we get to that point. Just going to attack this. Apple TV is going to update to add support for the Xbox Elite wireless controller and the Xbox Adaptive controller. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that they're adding specific support for the Xbox Adaptive controller, unless there is something in that I don't realize is different, because my understanding is that the Xbox Adaptive controller just always showed up as a Xbox One controller anyways, so it was supposed to, I thought, always work on everything. So it would be strange if the Apple TV would need extra support there. This definitely opens a doorway to the Apple TV and the Apple Arcade setup actually being more legitimate, instead of having Apple create their own ridiculous proprietary controller that nobody would like and would probably be way too expensive. I don't know if that directly fixes the issue of Apple Arcade in its totality, though, because there's still going to just be a lot of reasons to not think of Apple Arcade as even a secondary streaming service that stopped that you got a few games for free via a subscription on top of all the other services where you get free games on a monthly basis via subscriptions. This guy's trying hard, but he failed. It just needed to basically get 10 cards on the field and that would have been enough to do the 1 damage plus the 10 from Bola Citadel. Yeah, I don't know how far we are from the ending. We've been going almost an hour and 45 minutes. And yeah, instead of tired, I am oddly hot. So that must be a hot day outside. Next we have a game on Steam called The Innsmouth Case, which is tagged as a visual novel. I don't know if I'd really go that far. Well, actually it does look like it's maybe a text adventure game only. Yeah, it's a text adventure game with some animation to make it not look like an extremely low effort text adventure game. But it does seem like all the actual gameplay takes place just reading. Well, I do have to applaud them putting some visual polish on it. And this trailer definitely seems like it is trying to trick you into thinking that it's not a text adventure game. But I could never cover a game like this. $9.99 is a little expensive. They're saying it's like the Nonary games, and there's English and German. The Nonary games were a visual novel game, but they weren't a text-based game. There was visual elements, there were puzzle elements, point and click elements. I'm in a weird position with the Nonary games in that I played the first game, and I probably will have to wait a year until I can build enough energy to go and play the second game. And I wonder if in playing the second game I might find that I liked the totality of those two games being sold together way more, and maybe I'll find myself actually as a fan of this visual novel game. But more than likely the odds are I'm going to play the second game and find it just too long and too boring, and then just have to admit to myself, yeah, I have to be extremely careful about what kind of visual novels I would try to play, because they're extremely text-based and long, and often not translated well enough to feel like they're written well. Even good writing in video games is still not really great writing in general. And yeah, and that does continuously create this situation where you don't want to really read the books or the text unless you are just a huge bibliophile and have to read everything. And I'm not that. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Bloom the Forest Burns. It seems like there might be a game here, or this might be an extremely short experience. I don't know if I fully like the heads-up display always up like this. I don't know if this is going to be more of an action RPG, which is what it's tagged as, or if it was going to be more like a Legend of Zelda game, which also is, I guess, technically an action RPG. This is free, and then there's apparently a game coming out called Bloom Memories, English full audio. So this is just a demo, as it were. The reason we have so many demos come out, on Steam, seems to be that Steam definitely paid people. Maybe they directly paid them, or just made a very good argument and a very good push to have people put out demos, because they had 900 plus in their event. 900 plus demos that I don't think are going to go away. It would be ridiculous to have a week or two long event in which you had so many games with demos that you would highlight. But I would also say I think Valve somewhat bungled that idea, if that was what they were trying to do, because if their goal was to make game developers embrace making demos a lot more, I think they probably only just convinced game makers to make demos for this event, and then going forward for the next 12 months we'll probably start to see fewer and fewer people bothering to make demos again. You would have to kind of have a consistent series of events to establish a pattern of good behavior in the developers to make them have to be competitive and want to always make a demo, which they should. The best thing that could happen as far as demos is that the PlayStation and Xbox new versions should require all games have demos, and all games on their e-stores have demos. And it doesn't have to be that hard. It can just be a 2-hour cutoff on any demo, if they don't want to do anything more difficult than that. But also, maybe Valve is put out an idea that they will not automatically refund people if they play a demo and then spend 2 hours on top of a demo to play the main game. But that wouldn't really work either as a concept, because somebody could make a really great demo and then have the main game be garbage and completely different. Okay. This or this? I think probably want this. I haven't talked about my server lately, mostly because I've just had power outages that have shut it down, and I haven't worked on it at all, and I've kind of just given up on it. There is a small chance there's this new controversy of Western Digital in particular, but also some other companies, selling a new technology style of hard drives called SMR, like shingle magnetic relay or something like that hard drives, that the way it writes the data is way different and like really slow, and they sold that in their network attached storage line up of the Western Digital Red drives, kind of knowing that particularly ZFS, which is one of the standard file formats, absolutely is incompatible with it. So there is a small possibility that I could go and look at all the hard drives in my RAID array and identify that hopefully only one of them is an SMR drive, and that's been the thing that's been causing trouble. But I don't know if that's really the thing that's been causing trouble. Yeah, ideally I need to just find an extra $1,000 and build a secondary server with just a different brand new RAID array built to a better standard with bigger hard drives that are all the same brand and same size, that now I know are the right kind of hard drives. It is also possible I haven't actually bought a hard drive in between this whole controversy of the SMR technology being invented and released. So that may very well not be the case. But yeah, I wouldn't personally recommend a Seagate hard drive instead, or probably not a Western digital hard drive now, because there is some dishonesty in how that was being sold and depicted. I would go with Toshiba, but Toshiba also did it, so you kind of don't have any choices of any party not being guilty of doing it. But You'd have to pick somebody, and I don't know who to pick. Really? I would probably go with Toshiba. All this guy would have to do is be able to do 2 damage to me, or 1 damage to me. Here we have Gamma Sutra as a blog. Are you prioritizing your Steam tags? Which, okay. Yep. I don't know how prioritizing it really should be, though. Like, I don't know how useful the Steam tags are. YouTube tags are probably a lot in the same position, where YouTube tags are fairly pointless and don't really accomplish anything. But there's something to do, so you might as well do it. Got another victory. There really needs to be an auto select pop up there. There's no reason to make me have to pick it when there's only 10 of them in the first place. They already have the code to auto pay with mana, so it would only be a slight change to have code to auto pay with non-land permanents. See what the daily deal is here. More cosmetics of no interest. Yep, it probably was a good thing I got the 15 weekly victories done, because there might be a reset of that tomorrow with the new expansion. So, yeah, I'm gonna move forward making kind of that assumption that that was the right move. But it could be totally the wrong move. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mushroom Challenge, which looks to me like it's probably an asset flip game. It's pretty. It's not as polished as you might want it to be. They're calling it an immersive sim. I think it's probably an asset flip walking simulator. Seems like there's nothing you're doing here other than maybe wandering around searching for mushrooms, which, okay. I would almost make the argument that unless you're unable to walk in forest where mushrooms might grow, which honestly you probably would have to be in a forest that has a stream or something, because I doubt a dry area with no moisture would have too many mushrooms growing around it. And you have to be very smart about what mushrooms you're picking up and eating, and really do your research. Mushrooming, I don't think, is much of a hobby that many people do, and many people aspire to do it. You could take the mushroom parts out and still just hike around a forest. But when you have something like that, where you're just hiking around a forest, you basically have to do something like Firewatch, where you still wrap a story around it. Otherwise, it's going to get too boring too quick. So I just don't think, as a concept, this game works. It's $5.99. It's got a bunch of languages. It's early access for no reason. It does definitely feel like an asset flip. It's effectively a flower picking simulator. There is possibly even more variety in making an actual flower picking simulator anyways. So yeah, I don't think there's a game there that anybody wants to play. I think almost 100% of the video gaming audience would rather fight a living incarnation of a humanoid mushroom to collect mushroom in an RPG than walk around and pick regular, normal world mushrooms. Moving on, we have Corona Simulator on the game. This marks the first point, I believe, in which somebody has just taken Plague Inc.'s concept and basically copied it almost 100% to then label it as a coronavirus simulator. There are some elements of the pop-ups that are being shown here compared to Plague Inc. that are a little bit nicer, but then there are also some kind of hideous color choices with this blue. $11.69, English, French, and German. There's really not a game there. Like, Plague Inc. really is the only Plague simulator that I think I would ever want to play. I don't think I have a burning desire to play any more games like that. And I feel like it was lucky, for lack of a better term, to be successful due to its timing and due to its long history of support in adding additions and treating the customer right. There is a lot to say about Plague Inc. treating its customer right that improves the experience. Kind of in the same way that Destiny Child treats its customer right as a gacha game, in my opinion, and thus it elevates itself a lot better than other gacha games. Which there is yet another event that's happening in the next day, I believe. They really are going from event to event to event, and I feel like when I first started playing the game it wasn't like that, but I may have just missed a couple of events. That might very well be the case, because they don't seem to give you any kind of break. Although they also had a different company in charge of the global version back then, so it very well may have been that they were moving a lot slower when Lineup was the company in charge of it instead of Shift Up or Line. I think Line Games was actually the name of it. So now that the creator of the game is in charge of the publishing and development of the global version, they may just be trying to have events happen as quickly as possible to get the global version in line with the Japanese and Korean versions, at least in terms of the content that comes out, if not how the content actually plays out. There definitely are some conflicting different systems based on the different versions. Another victory. Maybe we're getting victories because nobody is playing right now. Everybody's saving up their energy for tomorrow. I don't think we're going to make it to 90 though. We may make it to 89. If we get one more level, that's fine. It'll just give us one more card. Next, we have a game on Steam. Welcome to Chichester Part 2. Welcome to Chichester 2 Part 2. No regrets for the future. It was only about a week ago that we saw another one of these games that was pushed out. One of these low effort animated visual novel games that just look horrible. Let's see. This is $1.59 English only. Yep. Like the other one, not worth putting on the follow list. In fact, we've barely put anything on the follow list in the past month or so. Komatsu has an article for the PS4 and Switch. Earth Defense Force World Brothers has been announced. It is a voxel world game, which I don't feel like that really synergizes with Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force being the game where there are giant bugs attacking Earth, and it's just kind of they're always kind of terrible games, if I recall correctly, and it's a shame because you really would think that there's definitely an opportunity to have a bug killing first person shooter game that would be some good dumb fun, sort of like Gears of War. It's a shame they never actually made that first person shooter StarCraft game, because shooting all the brood insects would have been a cool concept. I saw this, and I don't know, I didn't translate this, so let's see if I can translate this French here. Après deux as de exil, Charles-Jean regagner sa chaîne and not pour accomplir ses vengeance. So, après deux is look at this exiled person named Charles-Jean Regagner is probably assassin from China. Discover-vous son history dans la manga Assassin's Creed Blade of Shao Jun disponible des maintenant. Maintenance is maybe this month. So by the looks of what that says, there's apparently an Assassin's Creed manga giving us the Assassin's Creed assassin we all want, which would have been a ninja, and that they refused to make any game around. And it looks interesting. Why is this not translated to English though? Why has this not been announced or anything? Or did this come out a long time ago and it's just coming out in French? This was liked. This is from a Mana Books French book publisher, and it was liked by the Assassin's Creed developers. Here we have someone, is the manga canon? And saying yes, it is canon to the Assassin's Creed series. Yeah. The assumption is that Assassin's Creed as a series would have to be on its very last legs before Ubisoft decided to finally give us an Asian character in the mainline game. And in all fairness, at this point, they've changed what Assassin's Creed is so drastically that it's not even the same game series, and it is more of just a kind of RPG game, open world RPG, for lack of a better term. Just gonna go ahead and sacrifice this. So I don't really get the idea of even bothering to have an open world RPG game that was in the Assassin's Creed universe that would be a would have a ninja character that still wouldn't really feel like an Assassin's Creed game. Yeah. What would have been more interesting is if the game that was made and played a lot like an Assassin's Creed game was remade, or a game like that was remade in a way that you were now playing as an assassin in the middle of World War II fighting the Nazis. The game I'm thinking of was called Saboteur, and you were playing as a saboteur running around France, occupied France. It really is a shame that that game did not see the light of day. Well, no, it did. It totally saw the light of day. I played it. I love it. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It's a shame that it didn't go anywhere, though. And Watch Dogs, also kind of in the same position where Watch Dogs should have been something slightly different from what it was. Well, this is gonna suck. To be able to kill 2 people. And I don't have a way of killing 2 people. And there he just got rid of my Bull Citadel, which would have been the one thing I definitely wouldn't have wanted to lose. Okay. If we tap this, and then we can't tap the other one. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Card Hog, which is some kind of card-based game. It's kind of like a card match 3 game by the looks of it. Almost looks like a 2048 game. I'm going to put it on the fall list and see if people like it. It's early access, it's $2.99, it's English only. There might be a game here, it might not. There should be a game in that kind of layout, something of interest. It is very likely that if a lot of game developers were just locked in a room and handed a deck of playing cards, they could invent several new kinds of solitaire style games, and I think there would be some new ideas there. Like, and not just playing cards. If you locked a lot of game developers in, say, in a room and made them play with just like a Dungeons and Dragons board game, or even Snakes and Ladders, things like that, there's probably a lot of room in those ideas where they could get new ideas if they weren't just always distracted around the concept of copying whoever had been the most successful most recently. Well, we have a game here tagged with sexual content, and I don't think I could show it because I'm not certain if these furry 3D model characters, which I don't even know what they're supposed to be furries of, they're like purple with hair, hairdos, so I don't even know what kind of animal they're supposed to really be representing. But the game is called VR Furry Dance. It is one of those low effort games where they've asset flipped some 3D models on top of some asset flipped 3D animations to try and sell a game. It's total garbage, selling for $3.74. English, allegedly full audio. This is from a developer called WTF Games, which we can just look at all the games that they put on Steam, and then you have like Naked VR Dance, VR Furry Dance, Demon Dance Party, Dancing with Anime Girls 2. It's just like the same things here, and they've been doing this since July 31st, 2020 with Anime Schoolgirl Dance Club as their first game. And they're gaining momentum now with more users reviewing their games positively, it seems. Why is Valve not doing something to stop that, is the question. That's the real question that needs to be asked. Is like, why are they not doing something to stop it? Go ahead and just attack, I guess. I'm gonna lose anyways. I might as well just make it save myself some time. Yeah, let's just concede. We're gonna lose anyways. There's definitely, when you have the word naked in your title, that should send an email to somebody. I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard to go through your database and look at the title of every game and just do a regular expression search for the word naked. It's not even spelled wrong. It's N-A-K-E-D. Just look at every game by that name, and you tell me whether that should be on the Steam storefront. I don't know if this is bearing the lead or not, really, because I don't really know how actual impactful this news is. And I think inherently this is the problem with Mixer in the first place, is Microsoft didn't ever find it to be particularly impactful. So, with very little warning, Mixer is shutting down, and Microsoft is partnering with Facebook Gaming, which this news has blindsided many of the platform's streamers. As far as how partnered they really will be with Facebook Gaming, there was Mixer integration into the Xbox One, so that share button and that integration probably will go to Facebook Gaming. Apparently the partners that are still going to be partners with Microsoft are being moved to Facebook Gaming, although I heard that they had been paid out the rest of their contract. And the non-partnered people that are just employees have been have just been laid off. This is always the risk of Microsoft more than even most tech companies, and the fact that they don't really stick with too many things and they give up fairly quickly. Not that Mixer was really succeeding in anything. It really did have an uphill battle that it would have needed to do. Like, and we've seen it with like the Bing situation too, where they tried fairly hard to make Bing work as a thing and advertised it a little bit, but nowhere enough that people actually were going to go and use Bing. And probably a lot in the same way as the problems with Bing, Mixer probably wasn't polished enough as a product. It wasn't offering anything new or interesting as far as I could tell. But even if PewDiePie and all of your favorite streamers had gone to Mixer, or all my favorite streamers, which I don't think actually includes anybody, I don't know if that would have dragged me over to Mixer, because mostly I don't watch video game streamers when I'm watching streaming content or YouTube. I'm usually watching other things as a distraction from playing video games. So yeah, It's weird. I suppose that's all you can really say. There are problems with partnering with Facebook Gaming also, but you really can't go with Twitch. Otherwise, you run into other problems because of that. But how many new acquires, new faces of kids are you gonna get through Facebook when the kids don't want to be on Facebook at all? That's where YouTube has its level of success, is because even though they deny it, it's full of children viewers, under 13 viewers in particular. I can also say Facebook, when watching a Facebook video, not as good as YouTube. Definitely not as good as YouTube. Maybe if you're using the Facebook app, which I refuse to install, it's a better experience, but there's no 2x playback when watching a Facebook video, and there's no easy way to go full screen and rotate the image, at least on the browser, and just adjust things or skip 15 seconds ahead or back by double tapping it. Just a lot of little features that YouTube I know has, and I don't know if anybody else has something like that. Not sure I can win here. I may be able to, if I can simply survive long enough to play another Bowl of Citadel. Moving on, Gematsu has an article. Genshin Impact Final closed beta for PS4, PC, iOS, and Android begins July 2nd. This is another anime game that I suspect would probably be closer to a cell phone game than anything. It's tagged as an RPG game. I guess that's about all I can really say about it. It's going to be a while before I actually started to believe that any kind of game could be good on a console and also release on a cell phone, unless they specifically say there's going to be a cell phone version, and honestly at that point they should just give the cell phone versions a different name. It'd be really ridiculous to say play the Tomb Raider reboot on a console and have the graphics look really good when it comes out, and then have that same game play on a cell phone and they're using the old skins from the original Tomb Raider series because they can't push that many polygons. But then they tried to say it was the same game. Every time I've played a cell phone game that also was on Steam, it was clearly a cell phone game that was being basically just run on a PC. Let's see. Can't be blocked. So we can't block that one. So we might as well kill that one. And might as well kill that one, I guess. If I could get Bowl of Citadel in the next turn, I could potentially win. But that's my only hope. Gematsu has an article for the PS4 and Switch. Darius Cosmic Collection 2, officially titled Darius Cosmic Revelation, and includes G Darius HD and Darius Burst Another Chronicle EX. These sound like shoot 'em up games that I don't recognize. see what their tag does. Taito Shmups. Yeah, shoot 'em up games. Yeah. I may have heard of Darius games, but I couldn't tell you how they are in any way different than any other shoot 'em up. See, next we have a game on Steam called Mini Motor Racing X, which is seemingly a racing game that maybe you're driving little cars in little playset areas. I don't know if that really changes anything for a racing game, though. Let's see, this is $17.99, and it apparently has VR support and it's English only. Does it play without? Yeah, you can play it with or without VR. I don't know what benefit you really would have for playing it with VR. I'm going to put this on the follow list and see if it gets any reviews, but odds are kind of low. This oddly kind of feels like a first-person racing game that you would more expect from like a Mario Kart style game, but they're doing something very different with it. Okay, let's just do no blocks and let him win. $56 might be a new record for the amount of damage I've ever taken. Yeah, I'm starting to get sleepy. I'm yawning. TechRaptor has an article. Sonic the Hedgehog energy fuel revealed by G Fuel. Apparently G Fuel is trying to attract gamers, which I think G Fuel has always been trying to attract gamers, but they also partnered with like PewDiePie to do a commercial. I don't think I've ever drank in G Fuel, nor do I think I have any interest at all of ever doing that. If anything, I want to get back to just drinking water. Water only. That may be a factor of my insomnia, is that I usually drink Fresca because it's basically just like an orange juice in a can. It doesn't have like sugar in it, and I don't think it has sugar in it. It doesn't really have any like caffeine in it. And I've been drinking 7-Up, and yeah, that definitely does have sugar in it. I definitely can't drink any of the brown colas. Those are just so terrible once you stop drinking them for a while. They taste terrible, and they're definitely not good for you. But yeah, I might be over caffeinating myself. But I've never really known myself to be affected by caffeine either, but I may just not have ever recognized it. There's all kinds of things that could be happening to you and you just don't recognize that they're happening, affecting your mood and your sleep schedule and things like that. Might as well attack. Gamma Sutra has an article here. The new App Store review process will let developers challenge guideline violations, which is kind of ridiculous that you weren't even able to challenge this process up until this point. Also, iOS has said that you can now change your default email and browser, but really you still have to use their engines in the background for the email and browser, so you can just kind of skin what they are offering. You can't actually make something else. So it would be questionable as to whether something like Signal that encrypts your emails would be allowed to be made the default email browser on iOS. It'd be nice if that could be the way things worked. Encrypting text messages and emails should be a higher priority for everybody. Not that too many people are really saying anything confidential in the middle of their text messages or emails. Or they shouldn't be, at least. Next, we have a game on Steam called Geometric Sniper. This might be kind of nothing, or this might be a somewhat interesting hand-drawn sniper game. They're kind of labeling it as a hidden object game. That's a different spin on a hidden object game, but effectively it is the same thing. So I'm going to put this on the follow list. It's $1.59. It's English and Portuguese Brazil. Full audio on both, which probably means there's no spoken dialogue in it at all. Looks like I have a Magic the Gathering forum that doesn't want to load. I'm having a few pages that don't want to load today. Next, we have a game called Mert Tales of Cold Land, which is tagged as a visual novel. Yep. I don't know. There's something specifically about the way each of these characters are depicted. That one's frowning. This one's smiling but looking tired. This one's kind of frowning and looking tired. This one's definitely frowning and happy. This guy's smiling. This one's unhappy and this one's unhappy. Odd depiction of a lot of unhappy people in a visual novel. Kind of in direct opposite of what you would see in your standard anime one, where there was just whole bunch of happy-go-lucky looking characters. Apparently I didn't have enough mana. Okay, we can fix that though. And that actually worked out fairly well. So yeah, this doesn't look like it's a good experience. In general, it doesn't feel like it would be a good experience. It's $1.99. It's English and Russian. I don't know if that is inherently Russian to have unhappy looking characters. But yeah, this definitely doesn't pull me in and make me interested in the story. It makes me to want to quietly leave the room and never come back. See, next we have a Gamatsu article for the PS4, Switch, and Xbox One. Iris.Fall is coming out this fall. It's a puzzle adventure game currently available on PC. This looks interesting, but is this the real game or is there more to it? I really wish Gamatsu would put a few more pictures, but TechRaptor is pretty bad about that also, where there's just kind of a lack of visual feedback on their short little paragraphs. But on the other hand, maybe that's fine, since that keeps everything short and sweet. Put that back on the field. So here's Irisfall, and it's a light-based puzzle game by the looks of it. which is rated very positively. I remember when this came out, and it's already on the wish list. $14.99. So we're starting to see more of these games that are somewhat successful transfer themselves from just being PC only to consoles, whereas historically it has been the exact opposite situation, where these successful games would make their way eventually to PC and not from consoles. Let's go ahead and just do this. I don't think I need to even bother to kill this guy, so I'll just do that, and then sacrifice that. It gets him down to 10, which then I can just sacrifice this. Right on the money. Exactly 10 damage. If only every day was this easy. It really should be like this every day to get victories. But even at this point, there's still we've only gotten 8 victories. There's another 7 that you ideally would want to get, and we've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. Which ideally I would like to be able to get these streams down to 2 hours, if at all possible, or less. There's really not a lot of reason to go on super long streaming binges, other than the news being an issue. But I could certainly curate things a lot more and only talk about games that are really good. In all fairness, I think I have in the past criticized, I think it was called the Podquisition. Maybe not. The Co-optional Podcast is what it was. Where the Co-optional Podcast, when Total Biscuit was running it, was looking at like every single game that came out on Steam and talking about them. And then they eventually went down to a curated experience where they were just talking about games that caught the host's attention, of which there was like 3 or 4 hosts. Like 3 standard hosts and 1 guest host. Each time there was a weekly podcast. I think it was weekly that they were doing it. But eventually they just said nobody was really paying even attention to the games that were coming out that they were curating, so they dropped it completely. And I'd been critical of that decision, and I feel like that I felt at the time like that part of being a video game critic is being in the know of what games are coming out. I don't know if looking at every single game that comes out on Steam really keeps you in the know. It is really a question of relevance, which often games are in that question of relevance, because if 99.9% of all games that come out on Steam are never going to even have a chance to be relevant, and nobody's ever going to see them and nobody's ever going to play them, then why bother? Why bother looking at them? And if that 0.001% of games that are going to be played are just the AAA games that get advertised other ways anyways, is it really worth using the What's on Steam Twitter feed to look at most games that come out? On the other hand, you just don't know the actual state of the video game industry unless you do do what I'm doing, which is looking at all the games, because you only after that point have somebody else's filter. So if I was just looking at the games that Giant Bomb or Tech Raptor or Gamatsu was talking about, there would be a considerable lack of games that would not get known about at all, for better or worse. Games like Toilet Paper Royale, which is an asset flip game clearly for like streamers, where people are running around jumping trying to get toilet paper and seemingly shooting each other. Oddly, it still seems like it's pretty hard. It's not anywhere as hard as it was, but it's still pretty hard to get toilet paper in the United States. So, somewhat relevant, but also somewhat of a troll game that's early access and $4.79. I feel like it just is kind of tasteless as far as a type of game. Otherwise, you would have Fortnite effectively do their own version of this and not really run into any complaint, because it would be super easy to have some pickup item that's toilet paper in Fortnite. And even if Epic was going to do that, they could have a nice little donation thing that says, we've changed our grenades into toilet paper rolls, and every grenade thrown will be 1 penny that is donated up to $1 million towards coronavirus relief programs. Like, you could do something like that and kind of make yourself out to look like a good guy, while not looking too sleazy. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. A Fallout New Vegas mod called The Frontier is coming to Steam. Now the question to ask is, is this still a mod for Fallout New Vegas, or did they take this mod and make it its own game? The Fallout The Frontier Steam release will make it easier than ever to grab the upcoming batch of free fan-made content. Says mod managers not required. Okay. With a mod being on Steam, that is interesting, because then it does kind of make it easier and more accessible to a lot of people. A lot of people aren't going to go to some third-party modding site to mod a game, although Fallout New Vegas players probably would. So, let's see. They say consider it an unofficial super DLC. How would it work? This is the next paragraph. Yeah, it seems like they don't really even have an answer. It seems like the developers aren't 100% certain. So you would have to own Fallout New Vegas and all 4 of its major DLCs to play the mod. So it is a mod, and the mod itself apparently is going to be free. It's an interesting idea, and it kind of opens the question about copyright in general. Can you sell something that lives and dies based on someone else's content? Like, or is there some weirdness to that? So I guess I'm gonna wait with bated breath, as it were, and see how this really works, because it sounds interesting to have an actual mod on Steam, to open the door to Steam maybe getting full of mods. If Valve is smart, they will start immediately to label mods as mods, and they already have a system for that. But they will need a level of curation, because that would be something that would make it a big mess if we started seeing 20-30 mods every couple of days released on Steam, on top of the 20 to 100 games that might come out every couple of days on Steam. Let's see, I don't know what I want to do. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Overwolf has acquired CurseForge and is developing a standalone app. So, mod creators are promised 50% revenue increase by 2022. That's a big promise. The new CurseForge app will be supported with ads. I know the Overwolf app has been used for like deck tracker software and overlay software for several games. Now they're also apparently focusing in on mods. I don't know if I want to attack. No attacks in turn. Gamatsu has an article here. Bladed Fury is coming to the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch this fall. This looks like a hack and slash game. It was released on Steam on December 2018. So yet another game that might have some relevance. This is rated very positively and on my wish list. Although it does definitely show a problem even now, that my wish list is so big that I don't recognize or remember a game that I clearly looked at and decided was good enough quality to justify being on the wish list. Eventually, I guess we will get the wish list down to the point where there's only a couple hundred games at most on it, and everything should be fairly obvious. Gamatsu has an article here. Ever Forward is coming to the Switch in Q4 of 2020. This is another one of those artsy games. Let's see. It's due out on Steam in July. It's an adventure puzzle game, which I always want adventure puzzle games to succeed. Unfortunately, they often don't. TechRaptor has the same article. Mixer plans to move creators to Facebook Gaming. Which, yeah, we'll see. I guess is the only real response you can say to that is we shall see. TechRaptor has an article. 8 new Tony Hawk Pro Skaters 1+2 characters revealed. Although, are they new characters or are they old characters? Like, are these new skaters? I don't know any skater names, so I don't know if Lizzie Armanto is a skater from the original version of it, or if these are all new skated characters of newer skaters who wouldn't have been in the scene at the time that Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 originally came out. And it definitely goes to show that I am not the target audience for that game, because if I was the target audience, I probably would recognize those names. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called The Spellbound Spire, which looks like it is, they're saying it's an interactive fiction game in VR that's free to play. Okay. Looks different, looks non-violent, which any non-violent game for VR or otherwise is kind of appreciated. So this is free. If you have VR, check it out. It's English with full audio. I guess I still am just leaving VR games though on the follow list. Yep. It would be really hard to convince me to get a VR headset. Really, really hard. There's just so many barriers to it. And there really would need to have to be at least 1,000 better games out there for VR than there are right now. I think we've lost here, so let's just go ahead and concede and save ourselves some time. Two more victories to get XP, 5 more victories on top of that to get gold. And getting gold is still useful, golden cards. Tech Raptor has an article here. Command & Conquer Remastered's private game lobbies keep the riffraff out. Which, okay. That's nice, certainly. That does answer, I guess, one concern I might have had if I was ever going to play Command & Conquer Remastered with someone else. I'm not sure I ever was planning on doing that. If I was going to get the game, I think I'd probably just play it all solo, and I'm not sure I'd even play it all. I wouldn't be surprised if I kind of just spotlighted it and tried to make a mad dash through all the levels on easy difficulty. I don't even know if it has difficulty settings, come to think of it. Let's see. Magic Arena has the state of the game for June 2020, which, let's see if there's anything that's interesting. Here they have a inline ad for Mac OS version. Let's see. They're talking about Jumpstart, which I guess the Jumpstart packs might actually be coming to Magic Arena also. Although some of the cards or themes in the Jumpstart plan are being labeled as different things, probably because they have slightly different cards in them. Which that is a slightly interesting idea, that they're going to try and push the same themes a couple times in different places while not having the same cards. There's an update to the Brawlers Guild Hall. Blah blah blah. Let's see. One of the ways we did that was removing the entry fee for the March Guild Hall, and we did it again for April, and then we did it again for May. And as it turns out, having supported Brawlers Guild Hall without an entry fee for several months now, a lot of concerns over having a permanent Brawl queue never really manifested. Brawl continues to be popular, sometimes food for most of our players, while enjoying it, playing it between drafts and other constructed formats. So on July 1st, Brawl Guild Hall will be no more. Instead, Wednesday Brawl will just become Brawl all day, every day, no entry fee, earn daily wins, and quest progress. I've heard from smarter YouTubers about Magic that Brawl is where most people play, and Magic just doesn't want to really admit that. So they were very upset with Magic Arena charging for an entrance fee to play Brawl, or making you wait till Wednesday to play Brawl. And then they're also going to do Historic Brawl through rotation. Apparently. So some historic brawls are going to happen, but not always. Let's see. Should I play anything else? June 25th changes. Individual card rewards. Players will no longer receive individual card rewards from sets that will be rotating out of standard from daily wins and event standards. Cards from rotating sets will be added to historic individual card rewards. So when you have a card reward that says it will give you a free uncommon, those will not give you non-standard ones, which does mean that if you have all the cards in standard, you're not getting the benefit of potentially getting harder to acquire cards. In fact, it feels like it's going to be fairly expensive and fairly hard to acquire non-standard cards as things continue. Let's see, there will be some new player decks that are added and updated in August. Existing players, they intend to recreate the updated deck list for existing players so everyone will have access to the decks that are standard legal. If these decks contain cards that are not currently a part of your collection, you will be granted them. So you're going to get some free cards of non-standard format, which probably won't really affect anything. Let's do this. Are we gonna win or are we gonna lose? See, boosters and wild card crafting. We have an additional messaging in game when purchasing a booster or crafting a card from one of the rotating sets. Among Het remastered. Among Het Remastered will be arriving in August with an additional 300 plus cards to historic. So they are working backwards, I guess, to an expansion. Is what it seems like, which is what they needed to do. That definitely was what needed to happen. Come on. I did not play that, I think, as well as I should have. Okay. How many do I have here? 5 plus this is 9. So I think I might have a victory here. Let's do that. And sacrifice this. And then sacrifice everything. So far, it seems like the updates are going in the right direction. Yeah, these would be individual card rewards. And a lot of these will potentially be things I already have, but they might also, by eliminating the older non-standard sets, it increases your odds of getting newer cards that you might not have. Zendikar Rising. So, let's see. Standard 2121 will consist of Throne of Eldraine, Thirst Beyond Death, and Ikra. Core set 2021, Zendikar Rising, and 3 more upcoming standard legal sets planned for 2021. Commanders that were added to Brawl as part of the Brawl's Guild Hall will no longer be legal for standard Brawl. Cards in rotating sets will still be playable in Historic. General reminder, Historic does not have its own list of suspended or banned cards. And then Renewal, as we did last year, we'll be adding some special events and rewards to players to help renew their collection for the new standard environment, as well as show our appreciation for all your support. We expect to have more information on this system sometime in August. So Renewal might be the thing that we need that will take older cards that are getting reprinted and letting us convert them into the newer card versions, instead of having cards that are just not standard and have no reason to really stay as non-standard unless you just want that artwork. And that really isn't a decision that they should try to force on the player. They should give them skins for the old versions and let them play the new versions of the reprints with the skins of the new versions. Also, they should just give them both. Apparently there will be some deck builder improvements. Let's see. The in-game search function supports advanced searching terms. Well, if you don't, it does. And if you don't know, you'll now have an easy reference to it in-game. So now we can see what words to search. They're adding fancy new tools for deck building and draft and sealed events. With the update, you'll be able to expand the amount of space used when viewing your deck in a horizontal layout, as well as quickly add colors by their color identity. Yep. Okay, well, I can definitely say there was no announcement in there that was horribly offensive or money grabbing on the face of it. So at the very least, it looks like Magic Arena in particular is trying to go in the right direction, which is good to know, because yeah, nobody really wants to deal with any of that. The nonsense that Magic Arena kind of constantly causes itself and causes the community. Man, the second I even turn away for a second, my audio gets quiet. I wonder if it was always like this, or if I moved my chair and I think that has just moved everything out of the way in the wrong place. That is something, I guess, it's easy to not recognize just how much just moving even a couple inches to the left or right on a microphone can drastically change things. And that's why, if you happen to be watching video of people talking into like talk radio, they're kind of constantly moving the microphones around and adjusting the microphones, or having someone step up and adjust the microphones for them. Anyways, moving on, we have a TechRaptor article, Unleash Your Boomer Rage in Just Die Already, which apparently is a game, I assume trying to kill a boomer, a baby boomer. It's set to launch in summer 2020. I don't know if that's gonna really be any kind of game worth mentioning. No, I don't know if that's really the message to send. It would be a temporary fix at best if we were to humanely euthanize all the boomers in the world and take their hoarded wealth that they were handed from their greatest generation parents. And it would be a very broad solution and probably not a solution that would be popular. It would be way easier just to take most of Jeff Bezos' money, disenfranchise one person instead of an entire generation, and spend that money, just spread that money around to all the poor people in the United States or the world. Moving on. Here we have SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. This game was reviewed poorly, but by TechRaptor, but it's very positive by everybody else. So, yeah, we were having this problem with reviewers not reviewing games like they usually do on TechRaptor. I have to put this on the wish list. It's $29.99. It looks interesting. It looks popular. I'm always looking for a kids game, so I don't see any reason why this wouldn't meet the criteria. So I don't think I've even sat through an entire episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm not sure I've even seen 5 minutes of it, but I'd be willing to play the game. Honestly, I think the most I've ever seen of SpongeBob SquarePants was a meme where they did like a Super Bowl football presentation and they were trying to get that video to actually play. I think it's called Sweet Victory or something like that. So that 4 or 5 minutes on that meme video is the most I think I've ever seen of SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, playing Bull Citadel at this point is going to be pointless. And I can do that. And then I can do that. And I can sacrifice that. But I don't think I have enough mana to eat the food, which would be the only thing that would even give me a chance of succeeding. So let's just concede. I'm trying to get better about just conceding and giving up and just saving everybody time. It's not like we have any quests or anything that we need to play. There probably should be some general quests that just always happen. Every 100 characters you play, every 100 spells, every 100 instants gives you another 1,000 gold. Then there would be more motivation for the player to always play, but they don't have a system like that and they don't seem to be thinking in that direction yet. Moving on, we have a game here called Rinlo, which looks very pretty. Definitely looks pretty. Calling it an adventure exploration puzzle game. Let's see, early access. It requires VR. I have no idea why this would require VR though. It's $12.74. It's English and Spanish. This totally doesn't look like a game that should require VR. That's pretty insane. I'm gonna put it on the follow list, but that's a disappointment. That is definitely a disappointment. I would have liked to put that on the wish list, or actually played it at some point, or have a decent chance of actually being able to play it at some point. Let's see. TechRaptor has a review here, Wave Break review, which looks like they're calling it Honey Talks Fox Skater, Faux Skater, which I would say it looks more like that jet ski game that came out with the Wii, Wave Racer. Doesn't look very polished visually as much as I would want it to be. I'd give it a 7.0. Wave Racer probably should be, there should be more Wave Racer games out there, but then Kondakawa Jet Ski Girls is coming out, and it is effectively half Mario Kart, half Wave Racer, so I think that is the thing that would that will be the closest match to that. So they gave it a 7.0 with a fantastic soundtrack and brightly colored environments. This wacky skateboarding game captures a wonderful arcade skateboarding experience. The campaign, however, can harsh the synthwave buzz. Pros is basically Tony Hawk. Landing cool combos feels fantastic. The synthwave support slaps hard. Cons, the campaign can be a slog. Grinding balance meter gets too wobbly too soon. Everything needs more synth. And yeah. Yep. I don't think there's anything more to take from that at the moment. TechRaptor has the articles about bug-busting games Earth Defense Force 6 and World Brothers announced. The main story game is Earth Defense Force 6, and that is the more interesting game. But the odds of the 6th game in this series being any better than the 5 previous ones isn't amazingly good. I'd like it to be good, but even when you look at this trailer, it doesn't look like it's as polished as you would like it to be. Really is just a series that never has enough budget, I think, is its problem. It keeps going forward, but it never seems to get enough budget. And it might be because there's bugs and spiders in it, and it just naturally causes a lot of people to be arachnophobic, and that turns off a lot of potential audience people. Let's see, Gamma Sutra has an article here. Ubisoft is, quote, deeply concerned with sexual assault allegations against multiple employees. I think a lot of this is that Me Too Me Too announcements. A lot of this happened. This is Dying Light 2 narrative designer Chris Avallone was accused of using his influence and status to prey on women in the games industry. I know in the Giant Bombcast they talked about it in very vague terms, and they kind of brought up the specter of Gamergate, and also went on a bit of a tangent saying that how they've kind of just given up, stopped allowing people to drink alcohol, where Whiskey Media was the name of the company originally. I do kind of wonder if some of the best scenes of Giant Bomb in its heyday were because a lot of the people were a little bit tipsy and a little bit drunk. So yeah, we will have to wait and see if anything ever actually happens as far as these accusations against Chris Avallone. Clearly Giant Bomb had interviewed him a few times and they felt personally affected. They are in definitely a weird position where they kind of have to toe the line because they're quietly SJWs, and so they have to believe all women. They have to fall into that narrative, but they kind of don't want to, and they would much prefer to just circle the wagons and do a Gamergate 2.0 and accuse all the people who are attacking their friends of being the bad guys, which is what they did with like Zoe Quinn, and the video game journalist who was apparently sleeping with her, or the multiple video game journalists who was apparently sleeping with her. So they're now on the opposite side and unable to put nuance into the argument because, yeah, SJWs can't abide nuance ever. Let's see. We can get into some more details. The company's product and brand marketing manager, Adrian Gabenji, aka Escoblades, has been accused of sexual harassment and assaultment by a number of women. While its associated public relations director, Stone Chin, has also been called out for predatory behavior, including incidents reported nearly a decade ago. I wonder, Ubisoft being a French company, I wonder how much of this might be that they're just French. Some of these people are just French, and French people are more familiar and more sexual than the puritanical Americans are, or how much of this is really just straight up BS. Would there be a specific reason why they would want to go after Ubisoft people? I don't know. Like, there might be some deeper, like, reason, but at the moment, Occam's razor is that they picked a bunch of video game people and a bunch of people in general, names out of hats. Not really. What there probably were conversations and incidences, perfectly normal, perfectly innocent conversations and incidences where somebody hit on or flirted with somebody, and now decades later or years later these people are thinking that they were preyed upon when they really weren't. Let's see, do we have any more here? Any more named people? Several first-hand accounts posted online detail how Gabenji abused his position of power to manipulate, harass, and assault multiple women. One person recalls how Gabenji pressured her into reciprocating his flirtatious advances and sexual comments when he was 18 years old, and after apologizing for the initial behavior over a year later, he then groped and raped her at an industry event. Yeah, well, why was that not reported? That sounds like real crimes there. Why was that not reported? Why is this coming out right now? This is inherently the problem. And I always think, and I'm gonna try and get away from this story as it just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. But there's 2 or 3 more paragraphs that I'm not even gonna bother to read. I always think of it in comparison to like the children being abused in the Catholic Church, as Lemon Lover says. Hello Lemon Lover. Like, people openly knew, it was an open secret that there were preachers and pastors and bishops and all of that who were abusing their power on kids. It was fairly known. Those stories were coming out, and There were even actual police reports and stories, police reports filed. A lot of these hashtag Me Too things really do seem like they come out of nowhere. So it either is one of two things in my mind. Either the mainstream video game journalist media has been actively participating in a cover-up and not reporting on accusations that they should have gotten, and the police in every place, everywhere, all authorities everywhere have been actively participating in a cover-up to have none of these accusations investigated and none of these accusations prosecuted. That no story has ever come out about any of this, or some of the stuff is way exaggerated and just kind of total BS, and it's just French people being flirty and being a little bit drunk at some kind of convention. Do we definitely have had stories of there being a lot of open bars at a lot of video game press releases and press conferences, and that definitely has been a problem. Drinking in mass at these conventions has been a problem, definitely, for almost every industry that has a convention that happens. I remember that there was one job I was working where a group of people had come in from a different office out of town, and the guy approached me and some of my coworkers and very obviously was looking to score a party of some sort, which I took to mean drugs. I kind of got the feeling cocaine, that he thought somebody would, in our group there, would point him out where to go to get drugs, or at least party, and it's like, we don't know. Was basically our response. But yeah. One of the things Giant Bomb also talked about was Atari's hot tub culture, and the way they talked about, they were talking about Atari having what they called their hot tub culture, where they would have meetings and like group get-togethers in the hot tub. Makes it seem like it was just an incredibly sleazy, like sexually charged company. It really wasn't that, from what I've seen in the history of it. And what it was an incredibly laid-back hippie community, and there was a hot tub, and people could get in the hot tub, I don't think ever naked, in like swimsuits, and they sometimes would have conversations and meetings there. I don't believe there was there was actually quite a few female employees that worked at Atari, and I'm sure I suspect there was some that also enjoyed the hot tub, and eventually some female manager came about and said they need to be a little bit more professional, not that they were assaulting anyone or being overly sexually aggressive by having hot tub things. So the idea that was anything other than just kind of a hippy dippy free live your life the way you want to live it idea is kind of ridiculous and a revisionist look on history. There's as far as I know, been no claims of any kind of abuse of any real sort like that in Atari's history for the time that Atari was around before it like went out of business. So that's unfair, completely, because it's not a thing like, oh, what Atari was doing. I don't think, from the stories I heard, I don't think what they were doing at the time was wrong. I don't think what they were doing at this time would be considered wrong. It would be considered unprofessional. There was also a guy who just was who was a programmer at Atari who was shirtless and shoeless the whole time, and they were just extremely hippie and lenient on that stuff, and it was an interesting idea. And then Atari got acquired by, I believe, AT&T or somebody, or WB, which I think is owned by AT&T again. And then they came in and implemented all kinds of stuffy short, like old man business corporate rules. And if anything, the company that acquired Atari probably had way more incidences of sexual harassment in the workplace than Atari did. See, moving on from that story, and hopefully I'm inclined to say proof for it didn't happen on everything. Skepticism in general, it's got to be the way that everybody has to live. So no, it's not going to be believe all anybody. No, not believe all women, not believe all this or all that. Proof for it didn't happen is my way of moving forward in the way I've always looked at these things. Let's see. And yeah, I could definitely talk in circles. And I think it probably is also worth mentioning I'm a fairly liberal person, so I'm just not an SJW. Like, it's not like I'm a super conservative that's saying, no, this never happens. Yeah, sexual harassment and assault definitely happens. But what also happens is that you have a corrupt organization by all looks that is designed to get attention, and you have corrupt people that are acting in ways to get attention. And I definitely have dealt with people who just want to get people's attention and will do unethical things to get attention, by including making false claims. And so, yeah, I just can't really support what is effectively attempts at creating witch hunts and attempts at bringing down people. Part of that definitely also is that most of these people are awkward video game programmers too. Like, these would be nerds of the highest order that they're accusing, not cool jocks or football things. They're not the stereotypical assaulters that you would expect. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if most video game programmers are extremely awkward around the opposite sex. Anyways, we need to get through all this news. Next, we have a game called Sully Fallen Harmony, which says it's a puzzle game. Kind of looks like an adventure game. It oddly is widescreen in most shots, and then black bars on this shot. It's $7, and it's English and French. I'll put it on the follow list. We'll see if it gets reviewed. I bet it doesn't. Looks kind of like a point-and-click adventure. And I think what we might have to do at this point is just start covering the news, because we are 3 hours and 30 minutes into the stream, and I don't think I'm going to be able to cover all these games, and my chair is just getting incredibly uncomfortable. I hope that this new chair that I used to replace the other chair isn't going to just start going flat in the cushions, as it were, and just get as uncomfortable as the other chair was. Although the other chair was also breaking, so it was lean back mechanism and all of that was not really working. Open Critic has an article here. The Division 2 Season 2 kicks off today. That was June 23rd. If anybody's playing the Division 2, I don't think there are too many people out there playing it. Tech Raptor has an article here. Paradise Killer is a wonderfully weird detective story. Interesting. When does it come out, and what does it come out on? It does look weird. I don't know how it actually plays. It's a freely... They just played the demo. Wow. Oh man, that definitely opens up a new door of pain if we start to see a whole bunch of previews of games because they have demos on Steam, where TechRaptor and other sites don't even have to be in contact to get early access anymore. They're just playing the demos. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting quiet. I'm getting a little sleepy. I can feel it. Gametto has an article here for the PS4, PC, and Switch. Blaster Master 02 DLC Kana Rising Simulator launches June 29th. Blaster Master looks like a completely different game than what I thought Blaster Master was. This is like a top-down twin-stick shooter game. Is this DLC just totally different, or am I thinking of a different game? Oh yeah, it looks really different from what I thought Blaster Master 2 is. But yeah. Gamatsu has the first gameplay for No More Heroes 3, mostly covered by Suda51's face. So this is just a video. I don't know if he's intentionally blocking everything or if he just doesn't know how to set up a on-screen presentation. He probably doesn't know how to do a green screen and then switch to a different scene. But yeah, skipping around that footage, there's kind of nothing to say about it. Okay. I think I have enough if I got Bola Citadel where I could win. Gamatsu has an article here. Catherine Full Body for Switch Puzzling Hearts trailer. Which I guess Catherine Full Body for the Switch hasn't come out yet. Must have just been the Catherine Remastered that had come out for the Switch. Fairly certain something came out for the Switch. TechRaptor has an article here. Ys 9 Monstrum Nox is coming to the West in 2021. I was a little suspicious and wondering. Here we can see this New Game Expo had a lot of announcements of Japanese games. New Game Expo, I guess, being the something new that they're doing to make up for lack of announcements at I imagine a PlayStation event that would have happened otherwise. That would be where I suspect they planned on making some of these announcements. See, TechRaptor has an article here. Forgone hits consoles this October, which looks like a hack and slash plus shooter platforming game. Looks interesting. It's an early access Epic Games listing, so it'll be a while before it comes to Steam, if it ever comes to Steam. Let's just keep on passing. TechRaptor has an article. The Otome game PO4A Faded Memories has a release window. What's interesting here, this is the first time I believe TechRaptor has ever talked about an Otome game. Otome games being young maiden games, visual novels. So I guess they were just covering the New Game Expo, and they got forced into covering a visual novel, which they normally wouldn't have bothered to even do a write-up on, unless they're changing the way they do things, which might be the case. Let's see. Everybody's probably starving for a little bit of attention as far as video games journalists, so I wouldn't be surprised if they start branching out and trying to cover more of a variety of games and more games in general. TechRaptor has an article here. Neptunia Virtual Stars revealed, so I believe this is yet another Neptunia games coming out in 2021. Yeah, I don't know if we've talked about this one before. First person shooter looking game, not an RPG. Typically the Neptunia games are RPG games, so this is a spin-off side game. There's a lot of Neptunia games. As someone who just kind of bought all the Neptunia games also recently, I think I'm going to immediately start falling behind again. Before I even get around to thinking about playing them. Monstrum Nox, Ys 9 Monstrum Nox is coming to the PS4 and Switch and PC according to Gamatsu. Trying to burn through all of this news as fast as possible. Gamatsu has an article. Playism is going to publish a game called Tasomachi, which is going to be on Steam worldwide in 2021. Tasomachi sounds like a weird name for a game. Sounds like a food. Like not a name of a character. And it seems like you kind of wander around a very vertical, like big Asian Chinese type environment, but I'm not seeing any enemies. Looks like it might be a bit of a platforming game by the looks of it. Let's just go ahead and concede. I think this will be our last game. We'll just try to burn through. So I need to get 3 victories off screen. Maybe we'll do a special stream tomorrow. I should do a special stream. In theory, I could do 40 packs or, yeah, 40 packs of the new Core 2021. I don't think I'm doing that though. I think I'm doing about 20, and then we'll save the rest of the gold to do drafts to fill in the difference. We should be doing a draft today, but we want to wait and do a draft with the Core 2021 set. Let's see. Komatsu has an article here. Access Games and Mikage announced Escape from Asura for the PS4 and Switch. Which, let's see what kind of game this is. It's a very short teaser there. I have no idea what that is. They're saying it is a Western localization of Criminal Girls X. According to the teaser video and the logo. I don't understand why you would do that though, other than that it's coming for the PS4 and Switch instead of the PC, which already has a English version of Criminal Girls X. I think it has some Criminal Girls game, so it's probably maybe a more censored version, if I was to guess, by a different name. TechRaptor has an article here. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2 brings back Castlevania nostalgia, so they are doing yet another one of these, which is slightly surprising because I wouldn't have thought that they would have bothered to make another Curse of the Moon in the series. On the other hand, I think the main team is still probably working on the original Bloodstained game, and they probably want to polish up the original Bloodstained game a little bit more before they would even think about making a second Bloodstained game in the main series. But there's also clearly an attempt here for them to make a series as quickly as possible around the Bloodstained universe and make it outperform and be more memorable than the Castlevania series. But that would take some time and a lot of luck. I did notice over here there is a new advertisement all of a sudden. It took them forever. Core Set 2021 tomorrow. Why not a week ago? Why not tell me that was coming a week ago? What does that matter? And then watch early access for Core Set 2021. These ads are terribly timed. Just terribly timed. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Cafe Enchante comes to the West this fall. This looks like some kind of RPG game, if I was to guess, but might be a visual novel. Might be another Otome game. Let's see. It's coming to the Switch sometime this fall. Yeah, it's another Otome. It's a visual novel of some kind from Otomate as the company. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. There's plenty of bits of news. Like they basically had yet another presentation of a bunch of games, and they're just all squished together. Shiren the Wanderer, the Tower of the Fortune, and the Dice of Fate Plus is coming to the West via Switch and PC in 2020. I've never heard of this game. Shiren the Wanderer does kind of sound like an anime, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those kids animes that's not super popular. And this does just kind of look like a RPG. On the other hand, this kind of also looks like a Zelda game, and I have excluded myself from being interested in anything that looks like an RPG Maker game, perhaps to my own loss, because if you were to make an RPG Maker game and then make it like a Adventure of Zelda game, the original NES Zelda game, I would actually be fairly hyped to play something like that. But I don't know how I'd recognize that there was a game like that and that it wasn't just a standard JRPG clone, which there's very different gameplay there between whether you're grinding fighting enemies or you're going from dungeon to dungeon in a top-down perspective. Gamatsu has Pretty Princess Party coming to the West in December. Become a princess and restore your castle to its former glory. This clearly is a very kid-oriented game from the looks of it. Yeah, okay. You don't see a lot of games that pander directly to the young girl market and end up looking terrible these days, but there probably should be an attempt every now and then to make a game like that and see if you can actually make it good at some point. Let's see. Komatsu also has Perforé Faded Memories. It was announced. Yeah, no Western announcements will be around this presentation, clearly. TechRaptor has an article, Dead End Request 2 release date revealed. I feel like that may have been already announced. And Dead End Request is another one of these JRPGs that blur together in my mind, and I'm just not sure whether this is one of the good ones or one of the bad ones, or whether this is just a boring dungeon crawler, or whether it's actually really good. It looks decent as far as what was shown. I'm skipping over the games that came out on Steam, so we'll have a little bit left over for Friday or Thursday if I actually do a special stream tomorrow. Although if I'm doing a special stream tomorrow, I don't know how much news I'd really cover. Komatsu has an article for the PS4 and Switch. Fallen Legion Revenants announced. So, do we have any video here to see what Fallen Legion Revenants plays like? You have some group of 4 characters running, and they talk to each other, and then they fight in a team-based way. I don't see much else there. That seems a little simplistic based on what it was being shown, but maybe there is something more to it. Gamatsu has an article here. Playism is going to publish Idol Manager, manage a small but growing talent agency. That might be interesting, but it also might be very, very anime. Yeah, it's like, I guess, a Tiny Tower type clone with also like a soccer manager type or football manager or sports manager type game. It seems like each character might have a decent amount of backstory, and there might be some pop-up things to make it more like a Plague Inc. type game where you play multiple times and maybe you're trying to get the good ending for each of the characters. And there's some definite like interactive visual novel things. I don't think there's too many incidences of Japanese idols getting sleeping with their managers or anything like that. There's a couple of scandals that have happened where idols have gone through their career, their short-lived careers, and then announced their retirement at the ripe age of 19 to say that they are marrying their manager, but that's happened a couple of times. There's a lot of attempt to protect the innocence of Japanese idols and the idea that they're innocent, lovely singers, but then they probably overwork them like crazy, so they're not, they're kind of abused in other ways, overworked and probably underpaid. But also a great argument that I don't have time to go into is just being an idol in Japan is the equivalent of a kid wanting to be PewDiePie or a streamer. It's basically winning a lottery to a kid's mind, and particularly in Japan, being an idol is also a great way to break into like the incredibly small circle of celebrity that you might have a chance of having, or having any kind of out of the ordinary career at all, and not ending up as a salary man or salary woman just working somewhere for the rest of your life. Let's see. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. New Game Plus Expo reveals ReZero sequel. ReZero being an anime series, and Isekai, another world anime series. And this looks like this is, I think this is going to be like a cell phone game, if I recall correctly. But apparently not. Apparently it's coming to the Switch and the PS4. And we'll see if that one comes to the West. I wouldn't be surprised if that one didn't. TechRaptor has an article. Tin and Kuna is coming this fall. A pinball-esque puzzler announced at New Game Plus. So, yeah. Looks like it's a ball running platforming game. These kind of games might be good, or they might just be incredibly frustrating. Yeah, you just kind of run a 50-50 chance on that. So if this comes to Steam, which I don't even think it was listed as coming to Steam, if it comes to Steam though, I guess yeah, it's coming to PC, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch. That definitely would be a game that we'd have to see some reviews on to make sure it controls well. There's just a lot to the idea of a lot of games not controlling particularly well. Gamatsu has an article here. Sisters Royale, Five Sisters Under Fire for the Xbox One and PC launches July 10th. This looks like a shoot 'em up game. Okay. Let's see. I was going to mention again, Major Nelson's announcing games that come out on the Xbox now on Wednesday, apparently. So a Summer with the Shiba Inu is out. Looks like a very weird game and silly game, but wouldn't be surprised if it catches some people's attention. And then we have Sisters Royale here, which also is the game we just talked about, is available for pre-order. And by that screen, you would not assume that that is a shoot 'em up game. So kind of deceptive thumbnail. Famitsu has its review scores. Let's see what they say. Deathmatch Love Comedy for the PS4 and Switch is 29. Hakoniwa Explorer Plus for the Switch is 28 of 40. One Way Heroics Plus is 28 out of 40. Remnant from the Ashes for the PS4 is 31 out of 40. Shoujo Jikoku no Doku Masume is 29 out of 40. Thigh Sword, THY, is 28 of 40. And Wanyan Dobutsu Byon Pato Tasukuru Dajina Oshigoto for the Switch is 28 out of 40. That was a long title there. Take note here, nothing here even hitting 30 except for Remnant from the Ashes. So relatively bad games, relatively unrecognizable games also this week. So at least by their Japanese names, they're unrecognizable. Gamatsu has an article for Tomio After. It's a Wonderful Life CS edition is coming to the Switch September 10th in Japan. Another visual novel. The game was released in July of 2016. Yeah. It's a visual novel, right? I don't know. It's a sequel to Clannad following Tomoyo's ending. How would one know that? So I wonder how many sequels to Clannad are out there. Well, apparently it's on my wish list, so at some point I recognized that it was a good enough game. Oh, it's part of the Clannad bundle. So that's how you figure it out. So, okay. This is rated very positively. It's labeled as an RPG visual novel. I think it's really just a visual novel. As being a 2016 game, it is animated fairly differently. Man, there actually is RPG elements. Wow, I am surprised by that. Yeah, I don't know if I wouldn't kind of prefer going back to this art style. They've shifted away in the last 4 years from that art style, and I'm not sure I particularly appreciate so much the newer art style. And then it says, censored content from the original game were cut, currently only available in the perfect edition outside of Steam, patch none that they've found. Which that works for me, frankly. As somebody who would have to try to put that content on YouTube, it definitely helps if there are censored versions. And then if I want to go find the uncensored version, I can go buy it a second time, or maybe get a copy of the uncensored version in some other way that I wouldn't feel bad about getting it that way because I had already purchased the game once. Okay, let's see. That brings me to the Humble Bundle store. Let's see if there's any new Humble Bundle things. There's there is. So let's get that to load. So we have a games bundle here, the Humble Nacon publisher bundle. I have no idea who Nacon is, but apparently for $1 you can get Outcast, Too Dark, and I can't even read what that is, Arclash Legacy. If you pay more than the average of $4.12, you get Of Orcs and Men, Styx, Master of Shadows, which I already own, Sherlock and the Devil's Daughter, which that's not a bad price at all just to get that game, Tennis World Tour, and V Rally 4, of which I don't care about. Or you pay full $15 and you get some truck racing and cycling and the Fisherman Fishing Planet. That's an interesting bundle, but again, a lot of these bundles are getting to the point where it's not reasonable to spend the money to get one game you actually want and end up getting 5 copies of games you don't want. Let's see. We also have the Playism Anniversary Games Bundle, which for $1 you get Lost Technology, Revolver 360 Reactor, Ace of Seafood, Unholy Knights, Mitsagi Kamui Hakane. I don't think I read that right. One Way Heroics. If you pay $4.26, you get Kiro Blaster, Go of War, and Mad Father, and then Lil Eat. I think this is an adult game. This one might have some adult content also. But if you pay $10, then you get the silver case, Madora Reveries Under Moonlight, Astro Breed, and Break Arts 2. I think this might be worth the $10 because I don't think I probably own any of these games. These are all kind of weird Playism Japanese games. So that would be a much better offer to me to spend $10 on that and get a bunch of stuff that I know I don't have, even if there is stuff that I kind of don't really need. There's also a sound recording bundle. Backup Pro 14, Uninstaller 9, Snap 11. Yeah, this is not sound software until you spend $20 to get Soundstage Pro. Yeah, I don't think any of those are worth it. And then finally, we have the blog of Steam top releases of 2020. I thought I had zapped these, but I guess I will zap them again just to save some room. Like, you can zap things with the ad blocker I have that gets rid of things to just make it look a little bit better, change the page. I think zapping them though with the lightning bolt is temporarily. So May's top releases, we have Shop Titans, don't recognize it, Hydro Engineer, Deep Rock Galactica, Super Mega Baseball, don't recognize any of those, Nimbus the Space Drone Constructor, that seems like that might be interesting, but if I click on it then it brings me to a new window, that's a pain. Library Ruina, Golf with Your Friends, Gwent, Mafia 3, Blackthorn Arena, Crucible, Monster Train, Observation, Space Haven, Gunfire Reborn, Shellshock Live, Dungeon Defenders, Polybridge 2, and Shantae of the Seven Sirens. And Polybridge 2 and Shantae, maybe Gwent, are about the only ones that are even worth mentioning in my mind. The rest I don't even recognize. The top 3 are Crucible and Gwent and Shadow Arena, a game called Helltaker that looks like that might be interesting, and Shop Titans. And the top DLC is House Flippers, HGTV DLC, and several other things that I'm not even going to bother to mention. And the game festival, I think, is completely over now, and there was no talk of a summer sale. So I think we're kind of done with that. So then that brings me to my Twitter feed, and we are 4 hours into the stream, and we'll wrap up just in a second. Let me just make sure that there isn't any major announcement as far as video game news. A new solitaire game on Steam, and let's see, of course, a whole bunch of games came. Jim Sterling had an interesting comment that was an interesting, like, joke way of how do you recognize whether a game is as good as whether a video game as good and as important and as impactful as a movie like Schindler's List, because there's people who clearly are not smart who are saying that The Last of Us 2 is like is compared to Schindler's List, which no. I've never even seen Schindler's List, but I can tell you definitely not the case for Last of Us 2, not the case for probably any video game at all. There's a Marvel's Avengers War Table live stream that's happening right now. I don't know what game that actually is, though, and I'm not going to stay online just to find out and talk about it, so we'll talk about it probably on Friday. And his comparison was the bobblehead comparison. If it would be acceptable to have a character from The Last of Us 2 in this example, and they would have a bobblehead that was for sale, versus it being completely unacceptable to have a character from Schindler's List have a bobblehead for sale. That's where you know the difference is, and how and his point there, as I understood it, is that video games are so focused around being a product to sell that they don't ever reach a level of being an artistic statement or something that is designed specifically to win awards and Oscars and things like that. So there just isn't this freedom that you normally would have to tell a story. Plus, stories in general in video games are interactive, so you just don't have as tight control as far as the story that's being told and the experience that's being given to the players or the viewers of a movie. So yeah, that's definitely good reasons to believe that that video games will probably never be amazing bits of interaction like that. I think the closest ones are some of the episodes, 1 or 2 of the good episodes of the Walking Dead games, and the way they did that is they stayed small. They stayed kind of not really independent, but not major AAA publisher either, and they took out a significant amount of the gameplay elements and the interactivity in favor of telling a story. So, yeah. On the other hand, it is also, I think, fairly fair to say the vast majority of movies that come out are closer to a Marvel movie, where it's just action and popcorn fun. Very rarely do you have a art masterpiece movie come out, and arguably there hasn't been too many art masterpiece movies that have come out in the past few decades anyways. So video games could definitely compete. They often sell more and make more money than movies, but you have to compare apples to apples. If you wanted to say The Last of Us is better than, say, the Tomb Raider movie, okay, that would probably be a reasonable argument to make. Or if you're going to say the Tomb Raider reboot game was better than the Tomb Raider movies, either the reboot movie or the original Tomb Raider movie, either one of those is reasonable to say. But it is insane hyperbole to jump to Schindler's List. Alright, so I've been through my Twitter feed. There's nothing new of importance to talk about. That's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching.